Is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-414-3221, 800-414-3221, 800-414-3221.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Kids 14 and under are sure to be the coolest on the beach with the Philadelphia Water Ice Fanatic Beach Towel. Get yours on Sunday, July 6th at 1:35 when the Phillies play the Reds. Order tickets now at phillies.com.
Deep to right field, forget about it.
Send the Phillies stars south to Atlanta for the 2025 All-Star Game. Vote for your Phils 5 times daily at phillies.com/vote.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here.
It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Friday, June 13th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Sean Farish coming up at 7:45. Live from Tennessee. And in for Dawn Stensland this morning is Anna.
I love the fatties.
Hummel.
I sure do.
Tampa,
Nothing's
Florida.
changed.
Hey, you.
Yes,
What's
it's
up?
so good to be with you guys on the unluckiest day of the year because I feel like that's just what I do, right? I bring bad weather to Philly, and it just seems apropos for me to be there on Friday the 13th. So, hello, and thank you for having me back.
It's great to have you back. You did not bring bad weather. 75 right now. It's going up to 91 today. It's going to be beautiful, sunny skies.
Pop-up thunderstorms, though, right?
Later.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
That's my doing.
Yeah, no, there was no pop-up thunderstorms until Anna Hummel took to the air at 6 a.m.
And by the way, the bad weather brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Let's get that out of the way right now. What's going on? How are you? It's been a while.
It sure has. I was telling Greg I have a real job now.
What?
And I have a doctor's appointment today. So it's unfortunate that I'll only be working half a day. But good to be with you guys.
She's playing hooky to be on the radio, to come play on the radio with us. It's amazing.
But to be fair, I'm playing hooky from work to do more work.
That's true. That's a good point.
This is way more fun work. Doesn't feel like work, you know?
Stocker's going to get an email from Anna on Tuesday. Hey, my boss needs proof of the doctor's visit. Can you call yourself Dr. Stocker and send me an email?
I've done some Dr. Stocker work back in my early days, if you know what I mean.
Anything happened yesterday in the world of news and politics? Global affairs, perhaps? Good Lord.
Just a few things.
Just a few things.
Precipice of World War III, perhaps?
Perhaps, yeah.
Senators getting cuffed?
That was fun, yeah.
Iran is basically saying, Israel did this, but this has American fingerprints all over it. So sleep tight, Americans, or if you're just waking up, World War III is happening.
Yeah, and Lindsey Graham loves it. He tweets last night, game on. Pray for Israel.
I hate it. I hate Lindsey Graham. Go fight yourself, you creep.
I'm not sure that anybody likes Lindsey Graham. Yeah, it's very hard to have most Republicans and all of Democrats simultaneously hate you. Lindsey Graham has achieved that feat, and it's good work by him.
Usually that role is reserved for me.
Right.
Because a lot of Republicans hate me, and most Democrats hate me. So. Get off.
I've heard a lot of rumors about Lindsey Graham. I don't know if you guys have heard
Of course,
the same ones.
Yeah. And we don't. I mean, we always say here that he's just saving himself for marriage,
right?
And
right.
He's
like
just,
Tim Scott,
closeted fellow.
He's just looking for that special gal. Hasn't found her yet. But he will. He will. Well,
South Carolina, very special state, huh?
Yeah.
You got Nancy Mace. She's having nooners with her hubby before a big prayer breakfast. Lindsey Graham and Tim Scott saving themselves for marriage.
Yep.
Good times. All right, we have a lot to get to. The big take, the FAFO, short for F Around and Find Out era, has arrived. We'll talk about that. All of the events that unfolded on Capitol Hill. We will get into the Israel-Iran strikes coming up in a little bit. My God.
Glad you're here. Glad you're here today, Anna.
Yes.
So we can talk about World War III.
I did a lot of reading up last night and this morning trying to get caught up on what's going on.
Yep. Also, Will Bunch, he wrote another ridiculous low-energy, slow-motion coup is what Trump is trying to achieve. We'll talk about that. And Fetterman ditches his wife on their anniversary for one high-profile MAGA individual.
Oh, boy.
Just remember, folks, when John Fetterman is on the ticket with J.D. Vance in 2028, you heard it here first. He's not going to be a Republican, Nick. Yeah, cue up those bright comments on YouTube.
Well, okay. Astros 1111 on YouTube has already said World War III talk is silly. Iran isn't capable of it. Okay, thanks. All right, good. It's 6:05. We'll just go home. How about if we just go home now?
Nothing to worry
okay?
about, folks.
Oh, God. I don't need you or want you.
Yeah, go
it's silly. Okay, good. What's your favorite breakfast cereal? How about we do that? Ugh.
Go watch the Houston Astros play baseball.
Oh, I'm just kidding.
Sean Farish will join us at 7:45.
I just jest. Relax.
Fight Club at 9:10, which could include Stalker against random listeners. And also,
I'd pay for that.
Yeah, I would too, actually. I'd pay $79.99 plus tax, like a pay-per-view. And Anna found this story on whether or not beards are dirty.
Yeah, beards are way dirty.
We'll talk about it.
Beards are dirty, dude.
Nasty.
Yeah, they are. Well, I was gonna make a really crude joke. But.
Yeah, we already busted on Tim Scott enough. Let's get down to business.
That's not the direction I was gonna go. Go another way.
All right. Anna Hummel.
People with mustaches, we used to call them something.
Mm-hmm. Let's get to the news. 6:05 from the west side of Florida. The great Anna Hummel. Fire away, girl.
Thank you. Do we need to do a little weather before I get started?
No,
or
he did it already.
Nah, we covered it. I got that out of the way.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Can
Thank you so much for working with me. Kayal and Company News Live in the 6 a.m. hour. A horrific follow-up from yesterday's story I believe you guys covered. A mom allegedly beat child to death with a belt, hid body in a suitcase before making up abduction report. New details have revealed that the case of a Maryland woman who claimed her daughter was abducted at gunpoint in Delaware, only to be charged with the girl's murder less than 24 hours later. As you recall, Darian Randall, 31 of Northeast Maryland, is being charged with murder and related offenses in the death of 3-year-old Nola Dinkins. Police say Randall told them that Nola was taken by a man at gunpoint in Newark, Delaware, on Tuesday night after she pulled over on the side of the road. That report prompted an Amber Alert, which was later canceled. However, charging documents show that Randall eventually admitted that the story was made up. She allegedly told police that she struck the child about 15 to 20 times with a belt during the daytime hours on Monday. Nola fell to the ground and was not moving. Randall allegedly said she picked up Nola and realized she wasn't breathing. She told police she called for her boyfriend, 44-year-old Cedric Burton, who attempted CPR, but realized the child was dead.
What a scumbag. You beat your 3-year-old, your helpless little 3-year-old with a belt almost 20 times.
This story just every day. The new details of this just make my blood boil.
Yeah.
Anna, the report we talked about yesterday was that this woman blamed a bald white guy.
Right.
Yeah, pulled a juicy.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, another race hoax. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it was just her and, I guess I have to say allegedly, her and her scumbag boyfriend.
Yeah. I don't know if, Anna, you've ever seen, in the...
Empire?
No. In professional wrestling, they have these things called strap matches where
She's never seen that.
they get the two opponents together and you put the belt over your wrist, long strap, you're attached basically with a 15-foot strap to your opponent. And the whole goal is to just beat your opponent repeatedly with the strap. That's what should happen to these individuals in jail.
Yeah.
They should be beaten with a strap. They should go out the same way that poor 3-year-old did.
Agreed.
So she made up the story and then less than 24 hours later admitted it was all a lie?
Well, when we first reported that story last week, we all kind of were like, this story doesn't jive.
Yep,
but,
math ain't mathin'.
Yes, but we're trying to be, responsible broadcasters, so we did not say it. And then as soon as the news came out, we were like, yeah, of course this is happening.
Yep.
But, this story is making national news because of the implications. Some outlets are bringing up the race implication, others are not.
Yep.
Interesting.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Moving right along, Philadelphia leaders urge peace ahead of protests.
Oh, boy.
I guess you guys got a big weekend ahead of you.
No King's Day. No King's
Sure
Day
is.
protest.
Philadelphia could have one of the largest so-called No King's Day protests in the country. The protest is in opposition to President Donald Trump's policies. Protests will be happening in cities across the country to contrast a military anniversary celebration in D.C., which Trump will be attending on Saturday, his birthday, I believe his 79th birthday. Protesters in Philadelphia will begin marching in Love Park and go to the Art Museum. With immigration enforcement a heated issue, city leaders hope cool heads will prevail. City leaders say people are well within their rights to protest, just do so peacefully.
Mostly peaceful. So we'll have all sorts of assaults. There'll probably be arrests, but we'll be told that it was it was isolated to 2 or 3 city blocks. It was not what your eyes are leading you to believe on social media. That'll be the spin.
Interesting strategy. It's exactly what they did with Biden's mental decline. You're like, this looks bad. They're like, nope.
No,
you're just like, okay.
He's cogent.
He's
cogent. Yes, he's sharp as a tack.
It's a love celebration. What did they call Chop or Chaz? It was like a love fest.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
In,
Seattle or wherever it was.
Yeah,
right?
It was like fortified with guns.
Yeah.
There was just like feces everywhere. Just a giant
love fest
heap of you know what.
Yeah.
But it was just a love fest.
Yep, that's right.
ICE to deploy tactical units to Northern Virginia and 4 other cities, including Philadelphia.
Oh, good.
ICE is preparing to deploy special response teams, known as SRTs, to 5 cities, run by Democratic leaders ahead of the anticipated protest activity this weekend. SRTs are elite SWAT tactical teams responsible for going after the most high-risk targets. They were most recently deployed to Los Angeles as part of the federal government's efforts to quell protest activity. Reports say the teams will deploy in Northern Virginia, New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, and Seattle. Hundreds of No King's Day protests are planned across the U.S. on Saturday, June 14th, to protest Trump administration's policies. Quote, from city blocks to small towns, from courthouse steps to community parks, we're taking action to reject authoritarianism and show the world what democracy really looks like.
Yeah.
A set of the No Kings website.
So the only thing we have going for us, Kayal, in this thing is that I think Saturday's weather here is going to be not great.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering. I mean, they're already talking in D.C. about the weather for the military parade. Will that affect turnout for No King's Day?
Yeah, it's going to, and it's going to be a crappy weekend. I've got to have to watch the news throughout the weekend for all this lawless behavior. The weather's going to stink. The only thing that can save the weekend is the U.S. Open on Father's Day, no less. Can a straight white man get a weekend just once in his life? Can I just have one weekend of sheer joy and bliss and no nonsense? You said ICE is coming to Philadelphia, Anna?
Yes, it is.
I'm officially telling ICE I'm available. If you need any independent contract work for the next 48 hours when you arrive, I'm coming with you. I'm going to start cracking skulls. I've had
Be a
it.
fun ride along.
Yes.
And that is Kayal and Company News Live for the 6 o'clock hour.
Thank you very much, Anna.
Thank you.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Let's get to a Friday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. The F around and find out era has arrived. The Democrats, they have lost their minds and full control of themselves as MAGA has taken total command. If you returned to planet Earth yesterday after spending the last 5 years on Mars and listened to and watched the Democrats for all of 5 minutes, you would not believe your eyes and your ears. To sum it up, they were an absolute clown show on Capitol Hill yesterday. From Kathy Hochul to J.B. Pritzker and Alex Padilla. 2 governors, 1 senator, making a spectacle over the most embarrassing, unpopular, and losing political stances. And we're talking about the governors of New York and Illinois, as well as a senator from California. The common theme, 3 blue states with big blue cities such as New York, Chicago, L.A., and San Francisco, also known as the epicenter of progressive disasters. But it doesn't stop there. The rough day continued as PBS and NPR get defunded after a tight House vote. And then also, Blue Sky Blue Sky Social, the new social media platform for left-wingers, it's collapsing. And the DNC has ousted their top 2 chairs for not adhering to, wait for it, diversity protocols. The Democrats, simply put, a colossal dumpster fire. Meanwhile, MAGA is taking control, laying the law down, and letting the country know, follow the rules, adhere to the law, or be dealt with. The kitty gloves are coming off. Let's begin with the highlight of the day. Here is California Democrat Senator Alex Padilla, who was handcuffed and forcibly removed from Kristi Noem's DHS press conference. Here is part 1. Listen and watch.
Question for the secretary, because the fact of the matter is a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your hands off.
How many of our ICE agents have been doxxed for doing their duty, how they have been targeted.
Taken right on out of that press conference. If you think you are going to resist law enforcement anymore, it's not going to happen. You have an option: comply or be dealt with. Chuck Schumer in his feelings yesterday. Gavin Newsom butthurt over the incident. Nobody is above the law. In fact, Padilla tweeted those exact words multiple times in 2021, 2022, 2023 on his social media feed. But as the saying goes, rules for thee, but not for me. Here's part 2 of his detainment. Listen and watch.
Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
If you let my hands go and stand behind my back.
All right. Cool. One hand. Lay flat. Lay flat.
Other hand, sir. Other hand.
There's no recording allowed out here. I did not know. There's no recording allowed out here for FBI, right?
Get on the floor and shut up, period. And this was political theater. This was professional wrestling. Alex Padilla was trying to become the story. Alex Padilla was trying for some 15 minutes of fame and trying to become the victim. That's how pathetic Democrats are right now. And I'm telling you, they will try to pull something this weekend during Trump's army celebration somewhere throughout the country. Mark my words. But here's a bit of advice. Hold the high ground. Don't let him capitalize. But the reality is this: none of this should surprise you. This was about importing new voters to forever change the American electorate. They are going to go down kicking and screaming, literally, because they know their policies are trash, and they don't even believe half of their own policies, like men and women's sports. And as far as the rioting goes, well, the FBI, they've had it with concealed identities, as have I. No mas. Take off the mask. The Federal Bureau of Investigation under Kash Patel and Dan Bongino have probably advised all of their agents, do not play games with these people anymore. Listen and watch.
Today we executed a search warrant on the individual who was seen earlier this week distributing face shields to suspected rioters down in Los Angeles. We have made it a huge priority to try to identify, locate, and arrest those who are involved in organizing, supporting, funding, or facilitating these riots that they're going on. It appears they're well orchestrated and coordinated and well funded, so we want to understand who these people are and where this organization is coming from. And today was one of those first arrests, the key arrests that we did.
Amen to that. I voted for exactly that. And in the great state of Florida, the original F around and find out state, they're done with the rioters, the violent protesters, and those that don't go about protesting peacefully. Here's a Florida county sheriff telling you point blank, period, we will end you. Listen and watch.
So I'm gonna break it down for you, all right? And if somebody wants to know what I mean by turn violent, all right, this is what I mean. If you resist lawful orders, you're going to jail. Let me be very clear about that. If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tired, because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and in jail. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at, because we will kill you graveyard dead. We're not going to play.
Graveyard dead. That man right there just replaced Tom Homan for my ultimate man crush. That's how you do it, folks. The inmates do not run the asylum. In fact, the Democrats, they can't run anything, including their own party or even diversity of thought. We'll get to thoughts in a moment, but let's start with the dysfunctional DNC. David Hogg and Philadelphia's Kenyatta Walker both out as vice chair of the DNC after Hogg failed to earn the position by following diversity protocols. You hate to see it, folks. Now he's going to have to get a real job, but perhaps he can reapply by identifying as a female. And next we have diversity of thought, or lack thereof. Remember Blue Sky Social? That was the place where left-wingers fled, and Elon purchased X. He rebranded it from Twitter to X, restored free speech, and a lot of the snowflakes left to bluer pastures. You know, the same people who loved Twitter when Jack Dorsey was shadow banning conservatives and stifling free speech. They took their ball and they went elsewhere. Well, elsewhere is collapsing now. Business Insider, Yahoo News, Fortune Magazine, The New York Post, and countless other outlets all reporting how the platform has crashed and burned because it is an echo chamber of engagement for the woke. Shocking. Mark Cuban now admits his social media company is in trouble, saying, quote, the lack of diversity of thought is pushing users back to Elon Musk's X. The hell you say? Phil, please throw this graphic up on YouTube. This is a study from the British Psychological Society. Look at this graph. It just shows you how diverse the political right is with thought and how narrow-minded and limited in scope the left is when it pertains to diversity of thought. Confirming what I've been saying on this show for 3 years now. The left values cosmetic diversity. They don't value diversity of thought, the marketplace of ideas. You have to agree with everything or you're out. John Fetterman, perfect example. He probably adheres to 70% of the left-wing playbook, but 70% is not enough. 100% agreement with left-wing ideology, the only acceptable outcome. And the outcome for NPR and PBS? That's not looking good. Yesterday, the House voting 214 to 212 to defund their $9.4 billion operation. The vote now goes to the GOP-controlled Senate. State-run media officially on the deathbed as Democrats and the clown show comes to a town near you. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Furnish your home and make a statement for summer with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. You can browse over 16,000 pieces of all high-quality famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat. We'll come back. We'll get honest thoughts, get everybody else's opinions, as well as the fallout yesterday from Alex Padilla going down on the floor and going down hard. And then we're going to get into Israel striking Iran. A lot on the table this morning. Anna's in for Dawn. We're back after this on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So we had a huge new business pitch.
Attention, all hands on deck.
When, boom, our only printer was fried.
Up in smoke, like your chances of landing that account.
Well, I just sent the file to Staples. Devin, the print associate, was on it. She had it printed and bound same day.
So where's the drama?
There wasn't any. Staples made it super easy.
Inconceivable. For the product, services, and experts you need, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
This summer, Hester Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 just $43,999. Other summer savings include a 2025 Chevy Equinox LT lease for $289 a month for 36 months, or finance an EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet! Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
The headlines about Social Security are scary. What do you do if they cut back? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Bobby. It's Kayal and Company as we roll on. It is a Friday morning. Anna Hummel's in for Dawn Stensland, 6 o'clock hour, brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union, where you can earn up to 3% cash back with an American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard on all of your summer needs, such as travel, gas, dining, and groceries. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA. Not a member. Join today. Equal opportunity lender. All right, Anna. We've had senators thrown down to the ground, handcuffed. We've got sheriffs in Florida, your great state, saying, you mess around with us and we're going to send you home in a nicely sealed casket to your loved ones. And rioters have been told by the FBI, no more masks. Your thoughts on all the chaos?
Well, Ron DeSantis says we can run them over with our cars. So
Hell
that's
yeah.
pretty cool. I'm excited because, yeah, once you start blocking traffic, and I'm sure you guys, I'm not sure if I caught it, but that New York City mom who was accosted by those protesters when she was just trying to go to work and provide for her family, and they told her, oh, work, like whatever, who cares? They have no regard for anybody else, it seems. My question for you guys are protests fun?
No.
Seems like it's just like a cool weekend activity for the youth and others to engage in when they have nothing else going on. Because to me, it seems like a horrific time. But then again, like I've seen some videos of people in Tampa on both sides, and they just scream and fight. And maybe that's kind of what men and others like to do sometimes, is just have it out and have an outburst. And have some exchanges. You're not changing any hearts and minds when you go to these protests.
That's like three great points you just made there. I've never seen a protest occur where anybody actually came away from it on one side and then changed their opinion after somebody inconvenienced another person's daily life and existence. And you're right about are they fun? No, they're not fun. And I respect people's right to protest. I've never protested anything. But these individuals out there have nothing to do with their life. I swear they're the same people that just wax on about their pronouns on TikTok or say how they hate America on social media. And I think a lot of them are paid. And I think a lot of them just tour the country and show up and they communicate via social media and they say, okay, we've done our thing in Seattle, or oops, here come the feds. We're toast.
Yeah.
Let's pack up and move to Chicago, right? They're like vagabonds.
Yeah, it's really strange. Although I would love to tell a very brief, endearing story that my uncle shared with me, and I think this is how we save the country, if I may.
Okay. I like it. Yeah.
If I may.
Point of privilege.
So all of my family except me and my father, and now my mother, very liberal, very left-wing. My uncle lives in New Jersey, pretty close to New York City. And he told me a couple weeks ago that he went to a protest because he's retired, and I guess there's not much to do in northern New Jersey. So he goes to this protest, or at least he tries to, gets on a subway. On the subway are two gays for Trump. Okay, so he's going to protest Trump with his wife, and he meets two gay guys on the subway, gays for Trump.
Okay.
And they all get lost together. And they had to work together to find where they were going to go and fight each other. And they ended up becoming friends because they all got lost. They didn't know where they were going. They ended up actually talking on the subway and being like, I understand where you're coming from. I get what you're saying. Oh, so there's just like a miscommunication. So all we need to do is put, some right-wingers and some left-wingers in an escape room, and they can't leave until they work together to figure it out.
I love it.
And that's how we save the country. You just got to get lost together.
Yes, what a novel concept. And by the way, for those that are retired, if you don't have enough hobbies, can I suggest taking up golf? Then you won't have to go protest. See, if all these people just learned to play golf, it would fill up the hours of their day. That's the problem with America. Just don't book a tea time ahead of me and suck and take forever. I want to play this because everybody is outraged, right? Gavin Newsom, he rushed to social media. Chuck Schumer had to give a statement. Oh, my God, Alex Padilla, he had his rights violated. He was just trying to ask a question. He identified himself. CNN, Phil, Cut 11, had a security and law enforcement analyst/expert on. And I feel like CNN was maybe thinking that this guy would say, oh, yeah, Mr. Padilla has a case here. It didn't play out that way on television. Clip 11, let's roll this.
I know we are in a politically charged climate, but from a law enforcement perspective, this was neither the fault nor the responsibility of DHS Secretary Noem. She's in the middle of a press conference. There's someone who interrupts and then makes it clear by his movements that he is not going to comply. He's taken out. Again, I don't think any of that was her responsibility. I am learning from a law enforcement source that no charges are planned against the Senator Casey.
Important to note that. I mean, Josh, I guess the question I have, I mean, he's yelling, I'm a U.S. Senator, right? Like, I'm Senator Padilla. If you are a law enforcement officer in this situation, you're in a federal building and this person is saying this to you, I guess that's kind of where I'm tripping, because we're now seeing, and our viewers are getting a chance to see this for the first time. We just got this video cleared through our system. The fact that this has happened, he's out of the room with the secretary, right? And they're pushing him to the ground, and he's saying this. I mean, I don't want to make assumptions because you're someone who's been in this position. I have never, of course, been in the position to be one of these security officers. But would you have expected them to not react to him identifying himself as he did?
Well, two things. So in the room itself, when he identifies himself as a senator, I don't think that made any difference to the agents. In fact, that would have been special treatment for him if they had allowed him to continue to interrupt, very loudly this press conference. Wow. So there, I don't think it made a difference. But to your point, outside the room, sure. I mean, I think that is something that is certainly a factor. Once he's identifying himself, they know that he's not a threat. That doesn't mean that they don't have the right to throw him out, of the building, metaphorically speaking, because he was there. At that point, they would determine, okay, you are here in an unauthorized fashion. But again, that did raise questions whenever you actually see them putting him on his knees and then shoving him onto the ground at that point, knowing, who they were dealing with. And for that matter, I think that kind of those kind of tactics, maybe de-escalating, would be used on anyone, not just a United States senator. Again, the question is this person a threat in front of me? And then what's the next plan? How are we going to get this individual out of there? Could they have de-escalated it? Did they have to go straight to shoving him on the ground? I don't think so. But again, I think this will be reviewed.
Good for law enforcement, good for the Secret Service. This was not a press conference, by the way, where there was open-ended questions and answers. He stormed in there, and then he physically starts going towards, just back up, get out, and
this was all a stunt.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
No, you're totally right.
Yeah, this was all a stunt. He was trying to, now everybody is talking about Alex Padilla today. Nobody knew who the hell this person was, and now everybody's talking about him. And absolutely, law enforcement, like, who cares if you're a senator? You know what I mean? Like, no, they don't know that. Some lunatic can come in and go, I'm a senator. Like, who the hell is this guy?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? No,
right.
You get him out of there, and he knew exactly what he was doing. I think I give credit. I think maybe it was Road Warrior. I don't know. It was somebody on the YouTube chat who said this was the Jamal Bowman.
Yes.
Pulling a fire alarm.
Yes.
This was a political stunt.
This is LaMonica McIver in Newark.
100%. Yeah. And this guy knew exactly what he was doing, and everybody's talking about him. And all you have to, the first 30 seconds of that were no charges are going to be brought up against him. Okay, so the end.
Yep.
It's
right. You're totally right. And here's the thing now. We've had multiple incidents here because you had LaMonica McIver, who showed up in Newark, New Jersey at the ICE detention facility at Delaney Hall and was raising a stink, her and Ross Baraka. And now you have Padilla from California. And I just got this. This is from Axios. Centrist Democrat Jared Golden, representative from Maine, has split. He has left the Democrat Party over the stunts that McIver and Padilla have pulled. He represents a district that Trump won last year and is always walking a careful line between supporting his party and maintaining his independence. And he says storming into the FBI headquarters and trying to break up a press conference and rushing on a cabinet secretary is not really the job of an elected official. So he has now quit the Democrat Party and is officially out. And I think that's the thing, Anna. You're seeing all of these people trying to get their 15 minutes of fame, and they're willing to go out kicking and screaming because they were hell-bent on bringing in new voters the last 5 years. And you just don't go through all of that to get 15 million people here in different swing states and then just say, okay, Trump, ICE, take them away. It's cool. We tried. They're going to keep doing this.
Right. Yeah. The political theater is fun to watch, but I'm always curious as if they even believe what they say.
Nope.
Like, is it just because they owe this to their constituents? Is it that they feel that they will not be reelected if the people of their district or state believe that they can't take care of the people within their own state or district? But it's interesting to watch, and I'm excited for more.
Speaking of people who are affected and just looking for a great publicity moment, Elizabeth Warren, Lizzie took a video.
Pocahontas, please.
Yeah, sorry. Well, she was walking to her driven car and talking about how, oh my God, oh heavens to Betsy, they took a senator and threw him to the ground. Democracy is at stake here. Roll, Lizzie.
When Senator Padilla gets pushed, shoved, thrown to the handcuffed because he is asking questions, because he is engaging in the very oversight that senators are supposed to engage in.
Driver, go.
Then what we're really talking about here is a Trump administration
Floor it, Ruben.
which wants to shut down the ordinary functions of government. Look, I do a lot of oversight myself. I ask a lot of questions because that's how it works in a democracy. We use our words to hold people accountable. We don't use our fists. We don't shove. We don't try to knock people down.
We don't throw bricks.
We use our words. That's what oversight is all about. And that's what I want to go to the floor of the Senate to talk about. I think it is time for every senator, every member of Congress, Democrat or Republican, to stand up and say what Donald Trump has done is wrong.
Paid crisis actor.
You can burn cars, so that's cool.
Yeah.
That's the loophole.
Actually, can you rewind to the very beginning of this? I think I saw Elizabeth Warren's O-face.
I didn't know she had one, and I didn't know you were looking for it.
Hang on. I'm fast. Just roll this.
When Senator Padilla gets...
It's right there. I'm telling you.
It is kind of sexual.
It is, right?
Yeah.
She's very breathy.
Yeah. How long do you think it's been since Liz had one?
Oh, I don't know.
Sorry.
She's not married, is she? Or...
Yes, I believe she is. Yes.
Could you imagine going home to that each day?
Oh, all right. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to disrail this conversation.
Phil, throw up K1. I want to hear about how nobody is above the law from Mr. Padilla. K1, our buddy loves to tweet about nobody being above the law. There it is. March 18th of 2023, July 18th of 2023, May 3rd of 2023, February 14th, 2021, and December 20th. A little holiday tweet. No one is above the law. Nobody is above the law. It lasted all of one day. We got good economic news yesterday on a... And I love how all the financial pundits out there from CNBC and CNN come on and they say, well, inflation better than expected. That's the new buzzword when, Trump's economy does better than the haters predict.
They're disappointed the country's succeeding.
Right. Well, it came in better than expected. I think nobody above the law is my new Democrat buzzword of the week. We should do that on this show. We could probably sell a sponsorship for it. The left's buzzword of the week.
Kristi Noem actually weighed in on the Senator Padilla thing. This is 24, Phil. Since we're going through this, we might as well go through it all. 24. Do you have it? There you go.
I have to ask you, would you please address Senator Padilla's interruption to your press conference?
I'm not...
even pressing charges for what we just witnessed here.
Oh, you know what? I don't even know the senator. He did not request a meeting with me or to speak with me. So when I leave here, I'll have a conversation with him and visit and find out really what his concerns were. I think everybody in America would agree that that wasn't appropriate. That if you wanted to have a civil discussion, especially as a leader, a public official, that you would reach out and try to have a conversation. For instance, I have left voicemails for Governor Newsom wanting to have a conversation. Has he returned them? No, he hasn't. I know that the White House has reached out and had conversations with Mayor Bass as well. And so that's what you do to try to start these conversations and ask for partnerships. Unfortunately, we haven't met that in this area. I'll visit with the senator and find out really what his concerns are and what we can do.
Sounds very similar to when Trump showed the receipts of a 16-minute phone call that he had with Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom with a long history of lying about his phone activity.
Gavin Newsom, a liar?
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, he actually said, we'll play that later because I don't want to go through the entire cut sheet right now. But he actually said, he goes, well, Trump called me Friday, but we had a mysterious conversation that we never had or something like that. But then when they asked about what was in the conversation, he goes, well, I respect the office, so I'm not going to divulge the information. It's like, what?
Yeah.
What? Like, Trump showed that you called. So, like, obviously he doesn't care.
Right. And now you respect the office,
exactly.
the administration.
Yeah,
exactly. L.A. Times with the headline, "First they came for the immigrants, then they took down Alex Padilla." Written by Anita Shabria of the L.A. Times.
25. This is another Kristi Noem thing when she went on fire. And look, I have my issues with Kristi Noem. I'm not the biggest Kristi Noem fan.
Well,
but
loses her purse, can't point her gun the wrong way.
But like she is not in the wrong here. No. And she said he didn't even request a meeting with me or anything. He just showed up to this press conference. Roll this.
I had a conversation with the senator after this. We sat down for 10 to 15 minutes and talked about the fact that nobody knew who he was. He didn't say who he was, that until he was already had been lunging forward and people were trying to detain him for quite a period of time. And that this, we're leaders, we're public servants. And if he had requested a meeting, I would have loved to have sat down and had a conversation with him. That coming into a press conference like this is political theater. It's wrong and it does a disservice to this country and the people who live here. So we sat down, had a conversation. We probably disagree on 90% of the topics, but we agreed to exchange phone numbers. We'll continue to talk and share information, and I think that's the way it should be in this country. I wish he would have acted that way in the beginning instead of creating a scene like this.
What a threat to democracy. They exchange phone numbers and oh my Lord.
Now, will they have phone calls or will they text? That is the question.
That's a great question.
Will Bunch from the Inquirer headline today, "From Fort Bragg to Los Angeles, Trump enlists the military in a slow-motion coup." Dan Lebitard says Trump's ICE raids are a way to make the country whiter. Which is interesting because Latinos are voting for Trump like never before. Trump's got the black vote up higher than he's had it in his first two times for running for president. But yeah, he's trying to make it whiter. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they always default to race.
That's all they have.
Yeah, I was thinking about this yesterday. I was not completely unaware of race, like say when I was in college, but it was like I was so less focused on it. And now it's like the forefront of every conversation I have. Like, God forbid I have not an altercation, but like a conflict with someone of the wrong color, or I'll be driving my car and I'll see someone riding their bike a little bit too close to the car lane, and I have this like thought like, don't want to hit him, otherwise that'd be a hate crime. You know what I mean? Like, it's at the forefront of my brain always that I don't want to offend or upset or stoke fears or whatever. And I feel like it wasn't this way even just a few short years ago.
Yep. Well, 2020. 855-839-1210. Coming up next, Israel strikes Iran despite Trump's nuclear deal hopes. We'll get to that as we wrap up the hour here on Kayal and Company. Anna in for Dawn. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends June 30th. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season in style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
All right, 6:51, Kayal and Company, a Friday morning on a Hummel in for Dawn Stensland. Greg Stocker is here, Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, 855-839-1210. Sean Farish, it's a Farish Friday. He'll join us less than an hour from now.
Woohoo!
Cut sheet, baby. So we covered the big story domestically here with what happened on the Hill yesterday, but the big story globally occurred last night as Israel strikes Iran despite the current ongoing back and forth between the United States and Iran with Trump and, making sure that Iran does not have nuclear weapons. And let me just give you a couple of details if you missed it. Israel launched a massive wave of attacks across Iran on Thursday night, bombing nuclear and missile sites, targeting military leaders and nuclear scientists, and conducting covert sabotage operations on missile and air defense sites. Israel is directly attacking its biggest and best armed adversary without the explicit backing from the United States, which swiftly distanced itself from the operation. Iran has already launched more than 100 drones toward Israel in response. I'm reading this courtesy of Axios. President Trump publicly opposed an Israeli attack on Iran's nuclear sites on Thursday, saying he still believed a nuclear deal was possible. Hours later, Israel began targeting nuclear sites, and Fox News reports that Trump said late Thursday that the U.S. was aware of the strikes ahead of the time, but was not involved militarily in hopes that Iran will return to the negotiating table. 2 generals were killed in the attack on the Iranian side of receiving all of this. Marco Rubio put out a big press release from the White House last night, if you want to check that out. And Caroline Levitt just posted a message from Trump's Truth Social from about 25 minutes ago. Anna, I know you are Jewish. I want to get your thoughts.
Yes.
But quickly, for me, my thought last night was, I don't love this, but I felt like it was kind of necessary from the standpoint of Israel has a right to defend and retaliate, and I hope America stays out of this. I also hope that this does not impact the nuclear deal, because Iran should not have nuclear weapons. I don't trust them. I don't trust North Korea. I don't trust Russia. I don't trust China. But I also hope that this doesn't ignite. My big fear from this is that, because we know Iran has a hit out for Trump, and Iran funds a lot of the terrorists and the training, the Houthis, and all these other ragtag operations that pull off these heinous attacks. I hope this doesn't lead to more anti-Semitism attacks on our soil in this country. That is my fear, and I think that's going to happen again. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't think that would be an unreasonable prediction. Anti-Semitism has been rising, unfortunately. I have a good friend. It's actually my father's friend. So I was actually born in Israel, which used to be kind of like a cool diversity point. Now I'm a white colonial Zionist oppressor. So I kind of keep that to myself these days.
You are a bad apple.
I know. So I do have a contact in Israel, and it's crazy because, you know, with everything going on in Gaza, I've been kind of keeping in touch with this person, and he tells me, him and his wife both tell me that their biggest fear was just Iran and the nuclear capabilities of Iran and what's going to happen if they get a nuke, and then we're going to be totally, effed. So it doesn't surprise me, and I think that was the chatter. There was a lot of on Israeli media, a lot of chatter that Iran was going to have a nuclear weapon. Israel might attack, and I guess that was kind of like the strategy, which was to kind of create this buzz. And when you keep talking about it, it like desensitizes everybody to it and go, oh, they're just talking about it. They're not going to do it. Well, turns out Israel did. So it seems like Israel is doing the rest of the world a service by taking the brunt of this. A huge, affront to them. They might get attacked. Obviously, they already have. I believe 100 drones have been sent their way.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so it should be interesting to see what happens. But I think that if Iran doesn't have nuclear capabilities, that it will be a service to the rest of the world.
I just feel, I don't know, with all of these talks of, they're a week away from nuclear capabilities. The whole thing to me just reeks of weapons of mass destruction. I'm just sorry it does. And I don't, I obviously don't want Iran to get nuclear capabilities, but I've read reports where they're actually really not on the verge of nuclear capabilities.
It's 2003 Iraq all over.
This is all being blown out of proportion. I don't know what to believe. All I know is that Iran is, they see our fingerprints all over this.
Of course
and
they do.
I don't want to be involved in this. I don't want to be involved in this. And I'm afraid Israel is going to drag us into this.
Yes, or there's
kicking
going
and
to be
screaming.
There's probably some skeptics out there that are anti-war, that are pro-Trump, that maybe don't even believe everything that's coming out of the White House about how we didn't condone this. This is Israel acting on their own. We hope it doesn't interrupt negotiations. But then again, you still have your war hawks in this party, the Lindsey Grahams of the world. They would love to just drum up the military-industrial complex, make more money for Lockheed Martin and all these other military companies.
Well, let me we can go along here. Let's put Netanyahu up there, 29, Phil.
Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival.
There you go.
All right, there's Netanyahu. I'm going to give you, on the other side, Trump's official statement from just about 50 minutes ago. Also, Marco Rubio, and then Anna will have some news to kick off the second hour. 855-839-1210. Kayal and Company, back after this.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Level up the fun this summer in a new Civic Hybrid sedan or hatchback from my friends at Piazza Honda. You know, the Civic Hybrid has received the honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year with an impressive 50 city, 47 highway MPG rating. The sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and excitement of hybrid performance. Just visit them, Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, or you can always browse over 200 hybrid vehicles online. PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At Kitchen Magic, we've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays and no surprise fees. This month only, take advantage of our 24-month same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria. You know, for me, for my family, it's all about care. That's what matters most, and that's why my entire family goes to Dr. Mike Veneria. When it comes to a complicated dental procedure, for over 10 years in a row, Dr. Mike has been recognized as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. In fact, other dentists send their patients to him. Even other doctors have chosen Dr. Mike as their dentist. See, it's not about cost, it's about care. And you don't want to go to those chain dental offices, forget those. He has 2 very convenient locations for you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. So go there and see him. He's the guy, and he's worth the drive no matter where you're coming from, because you don't want to go to the closest dentist. You want to go to the best dentist, the guy who cares. That's Dr. Mike Veneria, the best of the best. So make your appointment to see Dr. Mike today. If you already got an estimate for that dental implant, get a second opinion from Dr. Mike. It's worth doing. Just reach out to him at 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com, VANARIA, veneriadental.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Oh, the haters coming out, Kayal.
Mustard. Good, bring it. I'm here until well past 10 o'clock today. I've got bonus time for you.
No Lib says, this is how naive you are, Greg. You don't think Iran couldn't find a citizen to enter this country with a suitcase nuclear bomb in this country? Yeah, of course. Of course.
Sure they could.
But these are the same, it's the same people. It's the same things that I've heard when, in 2003, in the lead up to Iraq. You don't know the mustard gas and the Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein. You know what I mean? Like that. It's like it's 2023 all over.
Yeah.
Or it's 2003 all over again.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
I guess.
What happens when you cry wolf?
So who was the guy on YouTube that said that? No Libs?
Yes.
So I guess he's a fan of Donald Rumsfeld, Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice, right? You like those old that lied to you about WMD so Bush Jr. could finish the job his old man couldn't?
I don't know if that's the case. All I'm saying is that as Anna just said, like we need to be skeptical because it's not like the government or other governments haven't lied to us before.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of what they do. It's kind of what they do.
My big concern is the powder keg that is brewing here already, because now we have the perfect storm. We have L.A. riots with nut jobs attacking ICE officers, FBI agents, state troopers, LAPD officers. Then we get a California senator who wants to think he's above the law. And now we have Israel striking Iran. So you're going to have like 3 different sorts of protests over these next couple of weeks. Which, by the way, if I'm in the LGBT community, Anna, I'm a little pissed off, right? This is my month. This is Pride Month, right? Love who you want to love. Everybody get along. And all we have is World War XII.
I know. All you can hope for is bad weather at this point. Either whether it be thunderstorms in Philly and DC and hurricanes down here.
Yep.
That's the only way to quell the violence.
I just all I'm saying is that we need to be skeptical about these things.
Course.
And you know, I don't love the fact that, like, look, if Israel wants to do this on their own, fine. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But, like, my concern is the fingerprints. I mean, Iran is basically saying, like, we know the United States is behind all of this. So that's my concern.
Mm-hmm.
They do call Israel Little Satan and the U.S. Big Satan. So
I'm just
it's like big brothers, big sisters,
right.
I guess.
Well, let's get a statement. Who used to be called Little Marco Rubio, but now he's Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Who said last night, tonight Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel.
And my fear, too, is that, you know, the people who love war are super excited about this.
Of course they are.
The Lindsey Grahams, you know, like, you know, his
cash cow.
His shorts are rising right now because he loves this. I've never seen a human being that loves war as much as this guy is. For a guy who's never fought in his entire life, or who doesn't have kids that would go over and fight. Yeah. He sure does love sending other people's kids to go die.
That guy couldn't punch his way out of a paper bag, and he literally gets a hard-on for missiles and WMDs and tanks and airborne infantry divisions. Oh, he loves himself some more. He's the kind of guy. You know, I was thinking about this last night. I watched a few nights ago. I was up. It was I think last Saturday. I couldn't fall asleep. Flipping through the channels, you remember the movie that was somewhat partially filmed in Philadelphia with Mark Wahlberg, Shooter? Do you guys remember Shooter? It was about 15, 20 years ago, where it was him, Danny Glover, and a bunch of other big actors. And I remember he towards the end, if you saw the movie, Mark Wahlberg shot and killed a senator who was corrupt in his log cabin. And I was thinking about this from a movie standpoint. Again, I don't wish any ill will towards Lindsey Graham. But Lindsey Graham's the kind of like senator that is corrupt, that you can't stand, that if he was in a movie, you'd be rooting for the good guy to put one right between his eyes because he's just a slime ball. It's actually hard to believe there could be somebody more dislikable than Gavin Newsom. But Lindsey Graham is that guy, right?
And you pointed it out earlier, Nick, where like both sides hate him. Like that's hard to do.
Sean Farish claims that Lindsey Graham sits when he pees.
Phil, can you pull cut 27 here? This is a Fox News report saying exactly what I said about Iran making a statement about Israel attacking them. Roll this.
Back in. Meantime, as Brett was saying, we now have a statement. This is Reuters. This is the IRGC statement. It says, quoting here, Israel will pay a heavy price for its attack on Iran, which killed Revolutionary Guard top commander Hossein Salami. The Guard said in a statement on Friday, warning of a decisive retaliation against its sworn enemies. The Israeli attack was carried out with full knowledge and support of the wicked rulers in the White House and the terrorist U.S. regime, the Guard statement said. So clearly they are not focusing just on Israel. They are focusing on Washington, on the United States, which brings us up to the next category is, will they go after U.S. assets in the Middle East? We'll talk about that up next.
Yes, and Salami was one of the two that I mentioned that was taken out. And look, if Iran doesn't come to the table and accept Trump's deal, I think pepperoni could be the next one taken out.
God, I will.
Like that.
I will rip.
He loves that.
I will rip that drum away from you. Stop.
Let me read Trump's post on Truth, and then we'll get to the news here. Trump said this morning, I gave Iran chance after chance to make a deal. I told them in the strongest of words to, quote, just do it. But no matter how hard they tried, no matter how close they got, they just couldn't get it done. I told them it would be much worse than anything they know, anticipated, or were told, that the United States makes the best and most lethal military equipment in the world by far, and that Israel has a lot of it, with which more to come, and they know how to use it. Certain Iranian hardliners spoke bravely, but they didn't know what was about to happen. They are all dead now, and it will only get worse. There has already been great death and destruction, but there is still time to make this slaughter, with the next already planned attacks being even more brutal, come to an end. Iran must have a deal before there is nothing left, and save what was once known as the Iranian Empire. No more death, no more destruction. Just do it before it is too late. That almost sounds like, to your point, Greg, earlier about, this administration having some of their handprints all over this, with Israel and Iran believing that. I mean, you have to believe that Trump knows what Bibi has planned, right? Like,
you would think
they're partners, they're close allies.
You would think, but again, I don't know if Trump can stop Bibi from doing this.
No, you're right.
Like if Trump was like, I don't know if you should do this, you know what I mean? Like, or hey, if you're doing this, you're going at it alone. You know what I mean? Those words could have been said, but how does Iran view it?
Yep.
That's the problem. And word is that they took out in that bombing, they took out all of like their top generals and everything like that. So. And like the scientists that are allegedly supposedly making this nuclear weapon.
Yep.
So I don't know what to believe.
Right.
That's the problem, is that we've been lied to so many times.
Sure.
That it's only
we doubt everything.
Yes, exactly. Like we're skeptical because we've been lied to. You know, I don't know.
I really don't think that, and I hope I'm not wrong about this, but I don't think that Iran poses a threat to the U.S. military.
Agreed.
Badass. I mean,
Agreed.
it's not going to, and also there's like a giant ocean between us, which is helpful. So I don't think that there's anything to worry about there. I do think that Trump probably knew that this was coming, and it would be fantastic if Iran wanted to respond, and clearly they have, but they don't have the capabilities to do anybody any harm, then, that wouldn't even matter if they responded, if they didn't have the capability to nuke the people around them.
Israel, no lib on YouTube now is just fighting with me. He says Israel doesn't need our military help. Yeah, because we fund them. Yes, we created their military. We fund it.
Yeah,
they don't need our help because we're like, here's a ton of stuff.
Yeah, without the United States, Israel will be toast.
Come on, man.
Surrounded by all those other nations.
God.
Yeah.
Full of terrorists. That's my concern. Iran against the United States, military versus military, it's no contest. My concern is terrorism funded from Iran with terrorists already in the United States that carry out attacks against innocent American civilians or Jewish citizens of the United States. Because these protesters, these pro-Hamas nut jobs, they're going to be back out again in the next couple of days. You could take it to the bank after what happened last night. From the river to the sea, it's all the same. It doesn't matter if it's Iran, Gaza, Syria, Iraq, Al-Qaeda, the Taliban. It doesn't matter. It's all the same with the same end goal.
The problem is, too, is that you're going to get this false equivalency of... And I went through it in 2003, where if I didn't support the Iraq war, it was like, you're against the troops. You hate America. You must hate America. Now it's going to be the same. Like you must be anti-Semitic. You're anti-Israel. Like that is absolutely not the case at all. Like I support Israel 1,000,000,000%. All I'm saying is that like it's just because this is their fight doesn't mean we have to get into it.
Yep.
No,
it doesn't.
And the distinction should be made for sure that you can criticize a nation that has a government and a military and what they're doing, and not point and go, oh, you're an anti-Semite.
Yeah.
I really think people need to stop doing that because it's not doing anybody any favors. Especially, it's like with the Me Too movement. If someone looks at you the wrong way, it's like you're part of the problem. You're a harasser. You're an assaulter. It's like you're really doing a disservice to the people that actually are assaulted or the people that actually are anti-Semitic and hate Jews.
Yep.
If everybody is a Nazi, then nobody is a Nazi. So we need to stop doing that.
That's the problem. That's the problem is that the left has decided that Trump's a Nazi and this person's a Nazi, Stephen Miller's a Nazi. Everybody's a Nazi now. So now, like, this anti-Semitic thing is kind of, it's easy to say because everybody's a Nazi. Everybody's Hitler.
Yep.
So, like, it's like, you're anti-Semitic. No, you're anti-Semitic. No, everybody is, apparently.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait for the Trump blame game today on The View. They'll blame Trump for Israel striking Iran. They'll blame Trump for the LA riots. They're going to blame Trump for everything. He's spending money on a military parade. He's saluting the army. Oh, my God. If it rains today, it will be Donald Trump's fault. 855-839-1210. All right. Do we have? We were supposed to get to news, but we did a little more on Israel. We have time?
We can do news here.
All right. Let's get to round number 2 of the news. Anna, take it away.
Absolutely. In the 7 a.m. hour, Josh Shapiro says he will stand up to Trump if he sends troops to Philly.
Okay.
Your boy Josh.
Joshy from Abington.
Josh Shapiro has been paying attention to what is happening in California, and he said that he won't let things play out the same way in the Keystone State concerning the protests. Pennsylvania's governor sat down for an interview with the Washington Post on Wednesday and said that he will be ready if President Donald Trump attempts to send the military into Philadelphia, as he has done in Los Angeles. Quote, he's injected chaos into the world order. He's injected it into our economy. He's trying to inject chaos into our streets by doing what he did with the Guard in California. As state attorney general during Trump's first term, Shapiro routinely boasted that he sued Trump over 40 times, and each time he won. As governor, he has often treaded more carefully by bashing Trump's tariffs, but not necessarily targeting Trump himself.
Here's what you do, Josh. You saw the way Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass failed to secure the perimeter, so to speak. Don't make the same mistake. If people get out of control and it goes from a mostly peaceful protest to rioting and looting and all this nonsense, then you should handle your business so Trump doesn't have to send in anybody else, whether it's National Guard, whether it's Marines, whether it's anybody under the sun. Take control of your state. Don't let it become California. Just a bit of advice.
Yes. Philly's largest city union puts leaders on notice amid threat to strike. The largest union in Philadelphia, comprised of members who handle 911 calls, collect trash, and more, is giving city leaders 2 weeks to reach what they say is a fair wage and better working conditions, or they will strike, having already authorized a strike vote. Quote, for many years, our members have been underpaid and undervalued, but we're the essential ones who make sure everything is done, District Council President Greg Boulware said. District Council 33 represents over 9,000 members. The union says those men and women keep the water flowing, make sure the airport runways are repaired and safe, handle 911 calls, and haul trash. Without them, the union president says the city won't be able to operate. Quote, we touch every aspect of the city from one end of the city to another. Our members are paid the bottom 25% for municipal workers in the country. That's sad. We're the 6th largest city in the country.
It is kind of ridiculous that some of these people are paid as poorly as they are, considering how expensive it is to live in this area.
Absolutely. And I'll kind of end it on a high note. I wonder if you guys agree with this. Majority of Philly residents say city headed in the right direction. It was a slim majority margin, but
slim, yes.
A lot of Sherelle fans out there.
Woo!
That's our
A
great
majority
mayor.
of Philadelphia residents, 59%, say they think the city is headed in the right direction. A dramatic improvement from 2022, when 36% said they approved of the city's direction, according to a survey done by the Pew Charitable Trust. The survey also found that 64% of Philadelphia residents approve of the job Mayor, is it Sherelle? Or
Sherelle Parker, yeah.
Sherelle Parker, that's what I thought, is doing since she took office in 2024, with her support highest in North, Northeast, and West Philadelphia. Katie Martin.
So
go ahead.
Sherelle Parker, 60. So 2/3 of the city officially identify as stupid.
I guess so.
Oh, Sherelle Parker, huh? Well, the bar was not hard to eclipse, right? With Jim Kenney, would you say it was 36% in 2022? Is that what you just reported? 36% was the number?
Oh, yes. Sorry, I thought you were talking to Greg. Yes, 36% in 2022. Yep.
Gotcha. All right.
Exactly. And that's Kayal and Company News Live for the 7 a.m. hour.
All right, Anna, thank you very much. Philly weather, it's 77 going up to 90 today. Father's Day weekend, 70s and rainy. We're going to have some of those pop-up storms, those Floridian showers later today. We'll call that the Hummel front, as she brings more.
I like that.
A Hummel front fast approaching the Delaware Valley. 855-839-1210. All right, Farish in about 25 minutes. We'll get to the cut sheet with him. A lot of the big stories in the books. We'll round back to that, obviously, with the cut sheet. But up next, John Fetterman and Are Beards Dirty?
Yes.
They're two separate stories. Actually, if you look at Fetterman, he kind of looks dirty as well.
Yeah, he does.
But we'll talk
Always.
about it.
Yeah.
It's Kayal and Company, Anna in for Dawn. We're back after this.
Just wanted to touch base again. Mary with Wayne Realty Corp here. I'm so happy some of you took me up on my offer to visit. We love talking real estate and have the expertise, knowledge, and experience to help everyone. We are your realtors for life. Take a moment to visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call 610-687-5280 or feel free to pop in and have a cup of coffee.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ziprecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies. Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere. Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Get Dad the gift of laughter this Father's Day with tickets to see Joe Conklin in Wildwood July 11th and in Ocean City on July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
$7:26, Kayal and Company. It's a Friday morning, a fairish Friday, as Sean will join us from Tennessee in under 20 minutes. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel's in for Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly. We will also have Fight Club coming up at 9:10 because fights equal ratings. And also, thanks for the email last night that Phil sent out, a good reminder for me. We will be wrapping up 2 weeks' worth of voting for Fight Club today.
It's basically all of June. It starts June 2nd, and we have 2 weeks worth of fights. So we will get to that starting at 9:10. So make sure you're over on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, where you can see all of our pretty faces, but especially Anna's. Not so much Kayal and I.
Oh, thank you.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please make sure you're hitting the like and subscribe buttons.
Yes.
While you're there. Really important to do that. So please, thank you.
You can see Anna in the middle, and then the guys with beards on the left and the right. Box 1 and box 3.
Disgusting, filthy beards.
Low energy beards.
Let's talk about this beard story. We got to get to Fetterman as well. And by the way, like as far as beards go, you have to commit to it, right? Like if you can grow it, and stick with it. See, Stalker can grow the beard, but he's like beard bipolar, and then he just gets rid of it randomly.
It's very low energy. Mine's really low energy because I'm blonde, so like it just grows in not super well, so it takes a while.
But
then I shave it.
You're not patchy though. Like you can.
No, I know.
As long
I
as
just
it connects. You're good.
Yeah, no, I don't love it. So
I see these guys like I'm watching the U.S. Open yesterday. Scotty Scheffler, he's got no beard one day, and then a 5 o'clock shadow. Then it's full, and then he gets rid of it again. Like I keep it. I have
Switching up the look.
Beard consistency here, Hummel.
Well, the problem is with you, and it's true with most bald guys, is that like you feel like you need some sort of hair on your head, right? So you have to grow a beard because you have none on your head.
Correct. My daughters say when I shave my beard, which I do twice a year, I completely wipe it off all the way down with a straight blade, completely smooth. My daughters say I look like a donut.
That's lovely. What is that for? Does that help with like hair regrowth or like just to clean it up? Or?
No, I do it. I do it in the slow days of the winter when it's dark at 4:48 p.m. And then I do it again late in the summer when it's really, really hot. So like about 6 weeks from now, I'll wipe it off and it'll come back.
Anna, does your boyfriend have a beard?
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's got facial hair. I don't know. It feels weird to say like a beard because when I think of a beard, I think something that's like inches away from your face.
Is it weird? Because this happens in my house sometimes. Is it weird, like kissing with a beard because it's like rough on the face? You know what I mean?
No. I mean I like it.
You like it?
I think because it's like a masculine quality.
I have a full beard.
Sorry, that was a Starbucks barista. That was misgendered.
How can you call me a ma'am? I have a full mustache and beard.
So Anna found this story from one of our favorite sites, studyfinds.org. How dirty are
Legit
beards?
scientific journal, please.
They say the truth may surprise you. Oh, this is a great site. We've used this before. Stalker finds some of these stories on here. They say that beards have long attracted suspicion, sometimes seen as stylish, sometimes as unsanitary. But how dirty are they really? And they go on to write, human skin is home to billions of microorganisms, mainly bacteria, but also fungi and viruses. And facial hair provides a unique environment for them to thrive. Research shows that beards in particular support a dense and diverse microbial population, which has fueled a persistent belief that they are inherently unhygienic. The Washington Post, go figure, the Washington Post would write something anti-beard, recently reported that some toilets actually contain fewer germs than the average man beard. Can you believe that?
They compare the toilet to everything. Like your hands are dirtier than a toilet. Your mouth is dirtier than a toilet.
Their readership is in the toilet.
Theoretically, your butt cheeks should be like clean, right? Because like you have pants and underwear on, so like
right.
But you like sweat.
If you use dude wipes, then you should be really clean.
I don't mean that. I just mean like the outside.
Right.
So you're sitting on something relatively clean.
Right. Unless you have swamp ass. Which is a rough.
I mean, I think the way
experience.
that I don't know how like gas from butt works, but I feel like it is airborne. You know what I mean?
Come over to my house on Taco Tuesday. You'll understand everything about gas. So they go to say, but are beards truly a hygiene risk? A closer look at the evidence reveals a nuanced picture. The microbial population on skin varies by location, and it's influenced by factors such as temperature, pH levels, humidity, and nutrient availability. Beards create a warm, often moist environment where food debris and oils can accumulate. That's the other thing. This is the beautiful thing about a beard. You have dinner, you're done eating, 2 hours later, you realize you have a little guac in your beard. Boom. A little snack.
It's a flavor saver.
It's a flavor saver.
That's what I was going to say earlier.
You don't even have to get up and go to the fridge. I am absolutely pro beard.
Oh, I forgot I had this.
Yes.
That's sick.
It is sick.
Now,
but I understand that it happens.
Yeah.
I actually got into a little back and forth with a guy that I used to work with in Tennessee. His argument was, and he's pro beard as well, but he says if you can grow a beard and as you start to age, you can't dye your beard. Now, I'll admit, full disclosure, I use a little bit of touch-up here on the chin.
Oh, boy.
Because the salt and pepper was starting to come in.
Salt and pepper looks good, though.
And I'm not against it. I am temporarily unwilling to accept my slow decline towards death.
Well, that's been happening since day one for all of us. So.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
No, I think salt and pepper is a vibe. I think it's a good look for most men. Yeah, it's a good look. Unless you're like maybe you're 21, and you're like graying and balding. But
then maybe you have an issue.
Yeah, but at 41, like that should be embraced.
Yeah. I agree with you, Kayal. Like, embrace it, dude.
See,
it's different for men and women.
Yeah,
women need to, get rid of their gray whiskers and their gray hairs.
Do you think?
I
kind of like just let it go natural. What's wrong with that?
Can you tell? Can you notice it that I do a little touch up there and there?
Phil, can you put it on Nick and can you zoom in?
Come
can
close.
You zoom in?
Come close to me.
Are you able to zoom in? I don't think we're
a little closer.
I don't think we can zoom in.
You want me to get on the table and just walk up to the?
We have 1997 technology with our cameras. So
no, my thing was I started losing my hair and I had a receding hairline at 24.
Okay.
Coincidentally, the same year I got married. Just genetics, by the way. And I was cool with that because my dad was bald and my grandfather was bald. So all the male Kayals, they lose their hair and they drop dead by 60.
He's not, Anna, he's not lying.
So appreciate me while I'm here, folks, okay?
Yeah.
Because I won't see 75.
Both his parents are dead.
Yep.
Like he has.
God,
Greg,
why are you gonna say like that?
Well, no, it's true.
No, I know it's true. I know. It just seems brash.
I talk about it on the air.
Yeah, we're brashier.
My life's an open book. Everything I do is content.
Yeah.
But then when we started doing this show, another coincidence, talking about Democrats all day, my beard started to get a little gray, and I was like, all right, well, we're on YouTube now. So I was like, all right, I'm not like Dawn where I'm doing my makeup every second of the day, but I should color in my chin just a little bit. Now, there will come a point probably in the next, by the time I reach 44 or 45, I'll probably just let it go. But I don't have any gray here or here. It's just, I feel like David Spade and Tommy. Not so much here. Not so much, but like right here.
That's a good, you should keep that. Like, you should keep that. There's no need to touch up. Like, what, touch up? Come on, dude.
Well, I mean, I guess also do whatever makes you feel pretty, Nick.
No,
that makes you feel.
It's not about pretty because you can't.
More
you
confident.
can't put lipstick on a pig and change it from a pig. A pig's a pig, no matter how much lipstick you put on.
I don't know. Have you seen some girls on Instagram without makeup?
Well.
I mean, you can put a filter on that, and people will have sex with it. So.
If you can't get a ring on it, you put a filter on it.
You, in fact, can put lipstick on a pig. So.
EKZ on the YouTube chat, 100% alpha men, keep it natural. Exactly. So,
all right.
I think we're considering you beta.
It might be a beta moment for me. See, everybody has that opportunity to wiggle in a little beta from time to time.
You're not the one, Kayal. Forgive me, I've worked with so many people. You're not the one. You're not the one who gets pedicures, right? Or do you?
I'm not against it. I've
Okay.
had one before.
Yeah.
I've had a pedicure.
Nice.
I've had a
They're
manicure.
really
No,
nice.
No, they feel great.
I mean, Anna, you get as many pedicures as you want.
Right.
But not Nick. No.
Have you
guys,
ever had one?
No,
though?
guys cannot be getting pedicures.
Or
That's
just like a foot rub?
No, it's just no.
Oh, it's great.
No, just no. No.
I also love when they sand down like the little bit of a callus you might have.
Oh,
on your big
you're
toe.
not. You can't comment on masculinity anymore, Kayal. I'm sorry. You're out.
I've lost my card.
Yeah.
Can I get it back after Father's Day? Well, my daughter's giving me a new one on Sunday. Stay tuned. 855-839-1210.
Yeah, no, pedicures. Okay, wants us to put up a poll. Okay, put up a poll. This is for men only. Well, I guess women can vote if
weigh in on whether it's
cool okay for
not
men.
cool.
Yes.
Men, not women.
Right. Yes, yeah, we get it.
Men
Yes.
to get a pedicure. Phil, put that up on YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. You can go vote on that.
You got to get one of those really, really, really good high-end places where you put the feet in the little tub and it's warm and it's vibrating
Oh,
and it's
God.
bubbling. And then they come in with the loofah and then the gel. And the
Do you sit when you
soap.
pee too?
If I've had too much to drink and it's late at night and I can't find the switch, yes. Especially if your leg falls asleep, you don't
All
want
right.
to topple over.
Is it okay for men to get a pedicure? Yes or no? I'm going to put no. Wow. Yeses are winning right now. 57%.
Yeah. It's pleasure. It's what feels good. It's a massage. It's all it is.
Hey,
does it depend on the man getting the pedicure? Because, like, if Jocko Willink was getting a pedicure, I don't think anyone's going to be like, you're a beta.
I think
It's a good point. No, it's a good point.
The bigger question should be, is it okay as a man to get a pedicure and let another man do your feet? Because if you go to any of the Asian places, sometimes you have a guy there. with
There's
the
a
women.
rogue man that works at every single one.
Correct.
Yes.
I'm against that.
I went to I was gonna get a massage one time down at the Borgata in Atlantic City, and I decided not to do it. But they were like this is John. He'll be nope.
Yeah,
no, thank you.
No, I want a chick every time.
Yeah, no, I don't want some dude like.
Right.
You seem tense. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, buddy.
Are you worried you'll get a George Costanza moment?
Hey, John, with all due respect, 2 booths down, Lindsey Graham's ready for you.
Exactly. Let's get on over to YouTube and vote. Wow, 60% right now. Say yes. Okay.
What a progressive audience.
And 90% of that 40% that say no are lying. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We'll save the John Fetterman story for a little bit later in the show. Sean Farish is going to join us next for another edition of The Cut Sheet, and that will happen in just a few minutes. But first, a word from our friends at Piazza Honda, because it's an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and their flagship brand Honda with all 5 of their dealerships, because Honda has won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any brand on the planet, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, and Best Value Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord, the CR-V, or the Pilot, which is their gorgeous full-size SUV, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers, just like me, just like yourself. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda. 5 locations: Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Shop online at piazzahonda.com for today's special offers.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, you can get great financing options on a new 2024 Tacoma, like 1.99% for 48 months, or 2.99% for 72 months. Or check out a new 2025 Camry and get 4.99% financing for 60 months, or 5.99% for 72 months, or lease for $299 a month. And you get Tri-County for life with the purchase of every new or used vehicle. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Father's Day is coming up soon. My advice? Get him a gift from Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. They have a great selection of Father's Day gifts. My personal favorites are the handcrafted pocket knives from designer William Henry. They also have chains, pendants, and a massive selection of designer watches. Ditch the ties this year. Get him something different. A gift from Family & Company Jewelers. Online at FamilyJewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
You
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business, whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
The 20% small business tax deduction has helped small businesses grow, hire, and invest. But unless Congress acts, the deduction will end this year, and Pennsylvania's small businesses will be hit with a massive tax hike. Representative Ryan McKenzie just voted to protect over 33 million small businesses from this massive tax hike. Visit smallbusinessdeduction.com and thank him for supporting Pennsylvania's small businesses. Paid for by the National Federation of Independent Business.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. And prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS, for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, yeah. 7:45. It is Kayal and Company on a Friday. Sean Farish joining us from Nashville, Tennessee, as we go full quad box.
Quad box.
On YouTube. And since Sean also sports a beard, for the next 2 hours and 35 minutes, the show is no longer Kayal and Company. It's Three Beards and a Hummel. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Oh, we're doing well. Obviously, last night, quite eventful with the attack on Iran. That looks like Israel carried out a pretty precise attack out there. And as long as we don't say, as long as we stay out of it, I'd go. Get them.
Yeah.
Take them all out. That's fine. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I have no problem with that.
Have you been tweeted and told by people that don't know you that are you being paid to tweet is pro-Israeli propaganda?
Well, it's funny. I'm getting it on both sides because I say, I said that the United States should stay out. So I've been called really nasty names because they think I don't support Israel. And then when I say that I do support Israel, so I'm a Qatari shill, an Israeli shill. Thomas Massey thinks I'm paid to post now. That guy. So
wow.
He blocked me the other day because I saw that he
Thomas Massey blocked you?
Yeah, which is against the First Amendment. So he's really principled. But because there was a report that came out that he voted against the rule that was going Doge cut to come to the floor the following day. So all I posted was, did Thomas Massey really vote against a rule that would prevent a vote on Doge cuts. Is that am I reading this correctly? And he jumped into my mentions and said, how much did you get paid to post this? Blocked me as soon as he put the reply in, so I couldn't respond. What a day. So he violated what's called the public forum doctrine. You don't have to be a constituent. And Mr. Principled showed his colors. So now everyone who yells at me and says, you're making Thomas Massey the enemy. I never once did that, but he decided he wanted to play a game, so that's that.
Stay out of Kentucky now, brother. You're not welcome anymore.
I'm fine with that. That's okay. They can have Mitch McConnell. And the only one I still remotely like is Rand Paul.
There you go. 7:47. Let's see what Stalker has for the last cut sheet of the week.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's the cut sheet on this Friday? Sponsored by Staples. How many times have we all said, well, that was easy? The Staples Easy button is back, and it's got us saying it again for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos, plus quality products delivered next day to over 98% of the U.S. Staples, that was easy. Thank you, Staples, for being a long and loving sponsor of what's on the cut sheet. We've kind of been debating this since about 6:50 this morning, Sean, so I want to get your take on it. This is a former Israel prime minister on the strike against Iran on with Anderson Cooper last night. And he said that Iran is a week away from being able to obtain enriched uranium for 10 bombs. Roll this.
Yeah, I want to bring in Naftali Bennett, former Prime Minister of Israel. He joins us by phone. Mr. Prime Minister, appreciate you joining us. What's your reaction to the news? What information do you know?
Well, the Israelis had a siren across the country indicating that Israel's Air Force is conducting a preemptive strike against Iran's military facilities and perhaps also the nuclear facilities. I want to remind you that Iran's about a week away from being able to obtain the amount of enriched uranium for 10 bombs. So this is not me saying this. This is the international nuclear community. And the goal ultimately will be to remove the nuclear threat from the Middle East and hitting the head of the octopus of terror that's been causing all of the mess we've seen over the past couple of years in the region.
Removing. Sean Farish, I'm curious your thoughts. Anna and I and Greg have been talking about it most of the morning. Just know that Lindsey Graham tweeted last night, "Game on," because he was very, very excited. He was fully aroused that we could have war.
Yeah, well, we all know what Lindsey Graham was doing last night when this happened, right? You know,
sitting when he pees.
He looked like Jeffrey's tubing on a Zoom call. Let's leave it at that, right? I don't have a problem with Iran, with Israel going into Iran and taking out their nuclear facilities. I think the world can agree, except for like really crazy people, that they should not have a nuke. These are not stable people in Iran, so I don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. We were on the path to having a non-nuclear Iran in Donald Trump's first term. And then Joe Biden came in and reversed everything, gave them $6 billion on the 22nd anniversary of September 11th in 2023. They shortly attacked Israel right after that. If they were getting close to enriching enough uranium for 10 atom bombs or 9 atomic bombs, whatever the number is, that's a problem. Now, I always say I'd like to believe there's a better way to do it than war. I don't think this is necessarily quote unquote war, right? These were very precise strikes that Israel carried out. Obviously, Iran is going to interpret them as an act of war because it was, attacks on their military leadership on their soil. But again, I am totally supportive of Israel going into Iran, attacking their nuclear sites. Do as little as you can in terms of civilian casualties. You want to take out their top military brass? I don't have an issue with that. I just want the United States to remain firmly on the sidelines. The only assistance that I would provide to Israel in this case would be weapons sales, right? You want to buy weapons from us? By all means, you can take them. I don't want any freebies, massive aid packages. I don't want this to turn into a second Ukraine, and I certainly don't want to put American boots on the ground.
Let me ask you a question. This is a thing I posited this morning, and obviously I don't know, but we've gone down this path before with WMDs in Iraq in 2003, and they lied us into war. Is there? I just worry that this reeks of, well, they're 10 days away from nuclear capabilities. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like, to your point that you said in 2017, I feel like they've been 10 days away for almost 10 years now. So, like, yeah. I'm just a little worried that there's more going on here than just 10 days away and we have to strike now. I don't know.
It could be, and I think there was a headline I saw somebody posted on X from 1995 that said they were 10 days away. So they've been 10 days away for 20 years, right? So but how much of that is a result of setbacks and leadership changes and all of this? You know, number one, I don't want to get involved. We didn't cause the strike, right? So it's not like the United States came through intel communities like Iraq, 2003. They've got weapons of mass destruction, and we have to go in now. This was another country who did it, right? This was another. Now, did they use our weapons? Sure, because they purchase a lot of weapons from us. Was there coordination between American intelligence and Israeli intelligence? I think Trump admitted that this morning on Truth Social. So in terms of, Iran is going to probably look at that and say, well, you guys were involved. Well, you know what? The minute they strike one of our military bases or lay a finger on American soldiers, I don't want to say we need to, invade Iran, but I think a response that would be commensurate with when we took out Soleimani would be appropriate. Find one of their generals, out in the open and drop a Moab on them or something like that, right? And he died like a dog, right? We've done this before. We've done it before. You will look like Soleimani or al-Baghdadi, who died like a dog. I'm happy. Look, I'm happy that Israel, at least, and I'm happy that all of this has taken place while Trump was president. Because if that corpse that we had to deal with for the last 4 years was in the Oval Office right now, I'd be digging a hole underground with the hard hat on, saying, we got to get ready for the worst case scenario.
You'd be digging in underneath your fire ants in your backyard.
Oh, by the way, speaking of precision strikes, they've been dead for 2 weeks.
He droned the fire ants.
No, look, I'll tell you, everyone on X, you'll never get rid of them. Where are they? Because I'll tell you what, they're all gone.
Yeah.
They're like, they're going to pop up again. I'm like, let them.
If you have not seen this, you've got to go up on Sean's social media feed on X and watch the video of him taking the fight to fire ant.
Dude, it was bad. That's how you know a slow news cycle, right? It was that and explaining. It was that, and it was explaining what a rescissions package is.
Sean, while we have you, we all weighed in on this earlier. It's a poll up on YouTube. If you have not voted, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Go over there. You can see all our pretty faces. Is it okay for men to get a pedicure? Yes or no?
No way.
Thank
all
you.
right, let me explain something. By the way, where this comes from. Not only, I'm going to take this a step further. Not only is it not okay for men to get a pedicure, I think feet as a whole need to be banned.
Feet need to be banned?
Everybody needs to have their feet removed and replaced with spatulas. Because I'll tell you what, because I, for one, am tired of seeing everybody's toes out in the summer.
Yeah.
They're all gross. There is no such thing as a nice foot.
Sean,
okay?
Sean, look at Kayal. Look at Kayal. Look at that.
Yeah, great. That's a gross toe. You're going to tell me that's an attractive toe?
No, it's not.
It's not a gross toe.
Definitely
that's not an attractive. That's a disgusting thing. I would look, if we replace feet with spatulas, there'll be no more stubbed toes. There will be no more smells, right?
Yeah.
We'll be fine.
Yes.
There are so many other species on this earth that live without feet, like fish. Okay, all right, they don't need feet. We don't need them. We don't need them, and I don't want to see them.
Yeah.
And if you have them, that gives that leaves the possibility out that I'm going to see them in public. I don't like feet. I'm not Rex Ryan, right? It was like, no, I don't like them.
Yeah.
So all of them should be gone.
Yep.
That's it.
Amen.
And it would be a much better
Is
world.
it because
and then
all
there
those
would be
people
no
need pedicures to make their feet a little less grotesque?
No, you know what they need? Amputations. That's what they need.
Oh, okay.
Ferris wants the drone strike feet.
Anna, your
Yes, I do.
Your thoughts on men in flip flops? I mean, you live in Florida, so I'm sure there's a lot of dudes in flip flops because it's hot.
I prefer flip-flops than socks and slides. I don't know what has taken over this nation in the last 5 years, but I see everyone wearing socks and slides, parents,
Good.
children.
Hide your feet.
I just think it's such a sloppy look.
Yeah.
No
Well, the Crocs.
offense.
Yeah, if you wear Crocs as an adult, we need to have a conversation.
The Crocs
That's another
not
thing.
great, but socks and slides even worse.
Yeah.
in
How
my
about this?
opinion.
How about this? How about this? How about this? If there were no feet, there would be no need for Crocs.
Thank you. I like Sean. I can get behind your anti-feet.
There's no reason for that.
Campaign?
They're the most.
Platform, yeah.
They are the most unnecessary part of our body.
Yes, agreed.
I don't think
I've been advocating for years that we should just get rid of our teeth and replace them with wood. Teeth are pointless. Teeth are just an unnecessary expense and agonizing pain. We should just replace all of our teeth when they fall out as children with fake teeth. We'll be good to go.
I will give you. I
Yeah.
will give you teeth if you give me feet. We have a deal.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, we can work on that.
Gavin Newsom yesterday, of course, because there's cameras, so he had to hold a press conference. So what's the deal now? There's a hold on the National Guard in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Another job.
No.
Okay.
No. This is great. This is fantastic.
Okay.
So some hack judge Breyer or whatever,
Yes.
appointed by Clinton.
Yep.
Said that Donald Trump had to return
Yes.
the control of National Guard to Newsom.
Mhm.
Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals late last night told him to shove it, and so that ruling has been stayed.
Wow.
And they're
Nice.
going to be having a Zoom hearing. The appeals panel, will be having a Zoom hearing June 17th.
Well, according to this was I guess this was earlier in the evening. Newsom
Yeah.
said Donald Trump will be relieved of his command over the National Guard on noon today, actually. So in like 4 hours.
Yeah, joke's on him.
Roll this.
Location for training exercises. But there's the bottom line. The police do policing. Military, it's for the battlefield. The idea that these unbelievably brave young men and women that I work with, that we have had the benefit of their extraordinary contribution all across this state. I gave you 3 examples. What more evidence do we need of the work they did during the wildfires in Los Angeles and all the work they did to secure locations and keep property and personal lives safe over the course of the last few months? These folks are now being commandeered to do ICE raids. You've seen the photographs. That ends tomorrow at noon. And the notion that the United States active duty Marines, these heroes, would be used to militarize the streets of an American city is an abomination. Founding fathers did not live and die to see that happen in this country for no reason whatsoever than vanity.
Vanity.
Theater. To instill fear.
Like Alex Padilla.
To incite a response. So I'm very hopeful this order puts that in perspective, and hopefully Donald Trump will immediately back down. The courts have ruled on the Guard. They will be back under my command, and he'll be relieved. Donald Trump will be relieved of his command at noon tomorrow.
Not so fast. And
Duty.
Yeah, speaking of being relieved of duties, Gavin is going to be relieved of his gubernatorial duties coming up very shortly. But here's the thing, too. Now, Sean, maybe I've misinterpreted the law here, but I thought I read last night that even if, and I know that we had that late reversal with that circuit judge, but even if they ruled in favor of Gavin Newsom and the National Guard had to go, Trump could still send in Marines, and there would be no appellate process for that, correct? A governor can't appeal that?
That is correct.
Okay.
So the way that Donald Trump was able to bring the National Guard in is through Title 10, right? And the language is very clear in Title 10. There are 3 criteria that gives the President of the United States essentially unilateral authority to federalize the National Guard. Number 1 is if any of the Commonwealths or possessions of the United States are invaded or in danger of invasion by a foreign nation. Now, a lot of people will interpret the illegal aliens as that, but that's not what this actually means. This is like a foreign country putting military on the streets. There is a rebellion or a danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States. And that's usually interpreted as an armed insurrection, not a riot. But number 3 is if the president is unable with the regular forces to execute the laws of the United States, meaning any federal assets on the ground, FBI, ICE, CBP, if they can't do their job and they are overwhelmed, it says here, the president may call into federal service members and units of the National Guard of any state in such numbers as he considers necessary to either repeal the invasion, suppress the rebellion, or execute those laws. Now, Gavin Newsom saying that the National Guard was conducting ICE raids is not true. They weren't conducting ICE raids. Under Title 10, and because of Posse Comitatus in 1878 was put in place because of Reconstruction during the Civil War, the U.S. military is not allowed. Any member of the U.S. or any function of the U.S. military cannot perform law enforcement activity on U.S. soil. So the National Guard was not allowed to conduct any law enforcement activity on U.S. soil because when the president federalizes them, they are then considered a part of the United States military. If Gavin Newsom had called up the National Guard under Title 32, they would have been able to conduct law enforcement activity because they'd be operating at the state level. Posse Comitatus doesn't apply. So basically, Donald Trump brought the National Guard in California under federal authority by federalizing them under Title 10. They are now at that point a part of the United States military. Even if, Nick, as you said, the National Guard was returned to control of Gavin Newsom and there was no administrative stay granted, which was granted, Trump could absolutely take other elements of the United States military, which is already federalized, and deploy them to Los Angeles to do this function only, which all the National Guard was doing. Protect federal buildings, protect federal assets, and that's essentially it, and protect federal property, right, in Los Angeles. What that does is it allows the local police department, the state police departments, to go ahead and go into those riots instead of being preoccupied with protecting the courthouse. That's now what the National Guard is doing. The National Guard is not allowed to go on offense. The Marines are not allowed to go on offense in Los Angeles. Posse Comitatus applies. But if, let's say, one of these wild rioters comes up to one of them and starts swinging, they're allowed to use necessary force to defend themselves, okay? But Newsom saying that the National Guard was conducting ICE raids is false. That's not what was going on, right? ICE was conducting ICE raids. CBP was conducting ICE raids. The FBI, if they were on the ground, are allowed to do law enforcement activity. The Guard is not allowed to do that. The Guard wasn't doing that. The Guard was simply protecting federal buildings. All of it's lawful. This Judge Breyer that decided to give Newsom this temporary restraining order, I'm happy that he was overruled or that his order was stayed within hours of that garbage ruling coming down. It's gonna wind up looking real bad for Newsom at the end of the day.
Anna, do you ever want to vomit just watching or hearing Gavin Newsom?
Yeah, he reminds me of Christian Bale in American Psycho.
A lot of people say that, yeah.
Kind of gives me that vibe. I'm going to be saying Posse Comitatus for the rest of the day.
I know. I had some of that last night. It's good. Medium rare, yeah.
It's delicious.
Yeah. A little soy sauce on the side, a little bit. There you go. Ray is in Warminster. He's got some thoughts on Gavin Newsom. What's up, Ray?
Hey, listen, man, every time I hear that dude speak, I get relieved of duty, too. You know what I mean?
Duty.
Yeah, man. I love how they quote the Founding Fathers when they feel that. Like, if we quote the Founding Fathers, we're like some racist bunch of lunatics. These guys are out of control. They don't care about this country. Let's be completely frank. They don't care about this country. They want to see this country destroyed, its values destroyed, and they're doing everything in their power to do that. These people are straight up communists. They're nothing but a bunch of scumbags.
Yeah. They just literally, Ray, they want to resist Trump at every single turn. It could be the most obvious common sense policy. You know, people throw around the phrase, you know, Trump could cure childhood cancer, and they would find a way to resist that. But I don't think Gavin Newsom is on like this salvageable, redemption tour. This guy, along with Karen Bass, has had the worst 6 months I can imagine you having as a governor or a mayor between these riots and then those wildfires. Specifically, Karen Bass. To be in a third world country when you were told that these wildfires were likely to happen is unforgivable. These two are, I think, politically, career-wise, they're dead. They're done.
Let's go down to, or no, actually, let's do one more from Newsom. We talked earlier, Anna and Sean, about the phone call that happened with Trump and Newsom.
Perfect phone call.
Newsom said there was never any call, there was no voicemail. So Trump went to John Roberts on Fox News and basically screenshotted the phone log and showed that he had.
I'm so mad he didn't leak his number. I would have had so much fun.
He had.
I would have had so much fun. Excuse me, Gavin.
He had a 16-minute conversation with him. So a reporter asked Newsom about this. He says, "Yeah, well, we talked Friday, but we never talked after that, and he never talked about the National Guard, and I can't reveal what the comments were because I respect the office and all that nonsense."
Oh, so they talked baseball.
31, go.
I spoke to him on Friday night. He had a mysterious conversation with me 3 days later. You can't even make this stuff up.
Attorneys for the government seem to read out that conversation. Do you have a readout?
Oh, I would love to share the readout, but I revere the office of presidency, so I'll keep it in confidence. He has quite literally made up components of that conversation. He's been a stone-cold liar about what he said we talked about. He never discussed the National Guard, period, full stop. I would love to share with you what he actually talked about. That would send shivers up your spine.
Attorney.
Did he say effing?
No.
He wanted to.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
almost did.
Oh,
he almost
wow.
let it slip.
Yeah.
Up your spine.
Shivers, baby. Send them up, baby. So this is a guy, if you remember, Sean, during the wildfires, remember when that mom, as her house is burning down, goes up to him and he's like, "I'm trying to call Joe. I don't have service. I'm on the phone." This guy is a pathological phone liar.
Yeah, he's a liar. He said to the woman, "I'm on the phone with the president." She said, "Can I hear it?" He said, "Well, I can't get the call to go through." So, are you on the phone or is the call not going through? Right? I mean, and I get it. Some people were like, "Oh, well, you know what he meant." I was like, "No, I heard what he said. I know exactly what they talked about. Well, you know what we're gonna do, right?" I said, "Gavin, if you don't get your sugar honey iced tea in order, we're deporting Shohei Ohtani." Sure. Okay. We're sending him back to Japan. We're sending him back, and now all of your baseball, right? Your Dodgers, the Los Angeles Dodgers, and they're gonna suck again. It's gonna be terrible, right? They're gonna be so bad.
It's true.
You're gonna lose Shohei. You're gonna lose all your business. You're gonna lose. The only reason people come to California is Shohei Ohtani.
It's true.
We're gonna deport him to Japan. And we're going to put a tariff on him if he comes back. We're going to put a tariff on every home run and stolen base, by the way, too.
Tariff.
That's what it was.
Yeah. Let's go down to Anna's great state of Florida, shall we? Where Ron DeSantis.
My boy.
I love that
Mustard.
guy. Love that state. Love everything about that damn place.
Florida is where woke goes to die.
He's so awkward, but you gotta love him.
He's great for the
trying
board.
his best.
Yeah.
He might not get into the Oval Office, but he'll always be on my board.
So if there's protesters or there's mobs around your car in Florida, you can run them the hell over.
Good.
Amen.
I love this
Amen.
Let it eat.
This is DeSantis on the Rubin Report discussing this. Roll this.
And we also have a policy that if you're driving on one of those
He's so
streets
burnt.
and a mob comes and surrounds your vehicle and threatens you, you have a right to flee for your safety. And so if you drive off and you hit one of these people, that's their fault for impinging on you. You don't have to sit there and just be a sitting duck and let the mob grab you out of your car and drag you through the streets. You have a right to defend yourself in Florida. Wow. Mustard.
I have a question.
Good for him.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
And I don't want I agree with everything Ron DeSantis said.
Yeah.
But why does he sound gayer than Dave Rubin?
Well, it's funny you bring up Rubin because I was going to say he's in that middle purgatory of facial hair again. He's like kind of committed to the beard, but he really isn't. It's the stalker shade where it's like, what are you trying to achieve here? Are you going for it, or are you just a little lazy the last 5 days? Right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. DeSantis, his little bobblehead thing, like the bobblehead is my favorite DeSantis move. It's the bobblehead, and then he has this finger, and he waves it around. The man is very sassy.
Yeah.
I love the job that he does as governor, though. I do love the job.
Yeah.
And that rule about running over protests, I think that was a 2020 special from DeSantis. That's been in place in Florida for a while.
Oh,
and
really?
I remember,
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so, because after the George Floyd thing, I think that was like one of his like breakout moments. Was like, yeah, you can run them over if they're in the road.
I know. I wasn't planning on.
We're one step away from feeding them to an alligator. This is great.
I wasn't planning on going to downtown Tampa to, avoid the protests, but now I might. I don't know if I get a green light to mow people down like Caitlyn Jenner. It's going to be a good time.
Hey, let me ask you.
It's like fishing. Like if you get one on the line under your hood, you can just bam start taking them out.
Yeah.
Hummel, how close are you to Tallahassee, where DeSantis' office is?
Maybe like 4 hours.
4 hours? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so it's not super close.
Gotcha.
But Tampa, only 30 minutes away.
Right.
By the way, Nick, play because I want to play. We've been sitting on this for a couple of weeks now. Our buddy Newman Price has set in different mustard.
Oh yes,
drops.
Do you have them?
Do you play the master of or the mustard of puppets?
All right, let's first go with the original mustard. So here's this one,
mustard,
and then of course we have the remix from Metallica,
mustard.
And now we have this is "I Just Called" by Stevie Wonder. Oh wait, hang on.
Mustard.
Mustard.
I just called the same mustard.
Mustard for nothing.
Mustard.
Mustard in a bottle.
Mustard.
I like my mustard in a bottle, actually.
Mustard.
And of course, Moni Moni.
Mustard. 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 Mustard.
It's good work, Newman.
It's great. It's great, Newman.
So good.
Newman Price, thank you, my friend.
And the beautiful thing about mustard is this is the long-established Nick Kayal rule. You can use any kind of mustard. You can buy brand mustard. You can buy Bobo generic mustard. All mustards are passable. Ketchup has to be Heinz. You can't go Bobo ketchup.
Yeah, I have to agree with that.
If it's not Heinz, it's nasty.
It is.
First of all,
gross.
First of all, you three are all adults. None of you should be eating ketchup.
Correct.
It's not bad take.
It's a children's condiment.
Mustard is for adults.
Can't have mustard on eggs. That's disgusting.
No. Not mustard on eggs. I'm just saying, like, put a little pepper.
You gotta do ketchup on eggs.
Yeah, a little pepper, maybe a little hot sauce. That's
hot sauce, yeah.
A little hot sauce. Ketchup is.
You know what the best ketchup was? Was the green ketchup back in the day.
Yeah, you remember that?
You know, I do remember that.
Yeah.
It was so cool. You could put it on the burger. It was green. You thought you were eating an alien. It was so cool.
Let's go to Nick's favorite senator, John Kennedy, talking about Gavin Newsom, and the riots and the protests. This is cut 2, Phil.
Hopefully, the mayor and the governor will get control of this situation, and the federal government can leave. I'm interested in public safety. I'm not really interested in whether this helps Gavin Newsom become president or helps President Trump's poll numbers or any of that. I don't care about that.
I mean, briefly, Governor Gavin Newsom seems very aware of the political situation. Do you think he's handling this the right way?
I don't think he's handled it well. I think he dug up more snakes than he could kill. I think, and maybe this is unfair, but I can only tell you what I've seen. I think that the governor thought this was a chance to suck in the federal government, and then he could make an argument that the federal government was overreaching, and see, we told you so. Trump was going to try to establish
military
rule in
America. You think he was baiting Donald Trump?
I do. Yeah, I do, and I think it backfired on him. I think he should have restored order first in our city with the help of the mayor. I think they underestimated how serious these goons were, and he lost control of it. And President Trump stepped in, the federal government stepped in. And I think that's what you're supposed to do. I think the good people of Los Angeles, all they care about is they just want it to stop. Stop burning cars and stop throwing rocks at people. Just stop it.
I'm not sure.
Just stop it.
Just stop it.
I love it.
I'm not sure if he.
It is.
I don't know if he's a ketchup on his eggs kind of guy, but I do know this.
I like omelets better than sex.
He does love his omelets, and that will always be on the board.
Damn good.
I love Kennedy.
Yeah, he's
one of my
great.
favorite moments. He said on, I think he said it on Fox News was. He said President Biden's approval rating is lower than syphilis or something like that. And I was like,
these people are about 10 exits past normal.
Here's my biggest concern with this, though, is when you have what we saw happen, Israel striking Iran. You're going to have these pro-Palestinian nut jobs again out marching from the river to the sea.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to see anti-Semitism. Then you have all the L.A. riots. You have these No Kings protests. I feel like George Clooney right now in The Perfect Storm, where we have three different things are brewing, and the United States is the ship right now, and we're set out to sail directly into what might be a complete disaster. I would be stunned, Sean, if Monday morning comes and the lead story is not something in a negative light about what happened with safety and security in this country over this weekend.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous about the No Kings, and now with the Israel and Iran thing, you're going to get, you definitely, I think they're going to join forces. They were already the same people, but I think you're going to see a lot of, which optics-wise, go ahead and do No Kings and all your protesting and fly the Palestinian flag. It's going to look great. Right? You go ahead and say that you don't like Donald Trump and you don't want him to act like a king. By the way, I've never seen a king get reversed by circuit district court judges, but that's one thing. But you want to say Donald Trump shouldn't act like a king? I actually agree with that. I don't want the president of the United States to act like a king. It's it's a constitutional republic. We're not a monarchy. But I don't think he is acting like a king. And if you're going to merge that with the Death to America crowd, it's certainly not going to be popular with the independents that you're going to look for support from in the midterms.
Yeah, kind of like I said before, I'm just praying for bad weather on all fronts.
Hummel, do you have any vacancies at your house? Can we all flee to Florida or Tennessee for the weekend?
Yeah, why not? We can have a slumber party here where you're safe and you can run over people who are blocking traffic, which is super cool. But like Sean said, it just seems like it's not just that it seems, it is the case that all of these groups who are, the BLM or anti-ICE or pro-Palestinian, they're just refurbished groups of their prior form. Yeah. So it's just really unfortunate that all these things are happening at once. But hopefully Monday morning comes and, not too much death and destruction in the streets.
Well, Anna reported in the news earlier that they're planning on sending ICE agents and, the federal government here. They're coming to Virginia, New York.
In Philadelphia.
Chicago.
Yeah. Chicago, yeah. So
Tom Homan's going to crash in my driveway tonight.
We are one we are one of the cities that is on high alert, I guess, for this No Kings protest. Trump was asked about this yesterday. This is cut 14. Kind of along the lines of what Sean said earlier. Roll this.
Several No Kings protests planned across the country on Saturday as well. What are your thoughts on those?
What do they call No Kings?
No Kings.
I don't feel like a king. I have to go through hell to get stuff approved. A king would say, I'm not going to get this. A king would have never had the California mandate to even be talking to him. He wouldn't have to call up Mike Johnson and Thune and say, fellas, you got to pull this off, and after years we get it done. No, we're not a king. We're not a king at all. Thank you very much.
He handled that perfectly.
So
perfectly.
Funny.
It's
Beautiful
so true
job.
and it's so funny.
Yeah, it was. He crushed it like his beer league softball. It's just a beach ball right over the plate. He just mashed it. I don't think that shot landed yet. Statcast is broken.
By the way, so what are we doing here with these? So, Sean, I saw you tweeted yesterday, and I kind of agree with it. So, illegal immigrants out except for farmers. Is that?
Don't get me started.
Is this?
Please get him started.
Is this? Look. When I see takes from my contributors, I have to bring it up because I want to get you started. So this is cut 17. Actually, let's start with. So this happened in Oxnard, California. These are ICE agents seen chasing illegal aliens from a produce farm, like a farm area or like a field. You can tell we're farmers here. You know, one of them farm areas. Yeah,
where they farm, and they sound like Joe Biden.
Yeah.
You know? Well, they farm in the field.
Tractors and dirt.
This audio and video is courtesy of ABC7. Roll this.
Because we had a chance to talk to
ICE
agents arrived this morning here.
They're playing tag.
Around 6 o'clock in the morning. We don't know how many people were detained. One of the farm workers we talked to said ICE agents were chasing some of their co-workers around until they were detained. One of the workers described what he saw when they arrived to work this morning, and another one was talking about just the anxiety that how it is coming to work, not knowing if, in fact, Ventura County was going to be a target again for ICE agents. The sentiment here was they couldn't believe what they were seeing, but then again, they thought, not surprised that ICE agents were here. Now, in a statement released earlier today.
So, God forbid you show up to work with a little anxiety. Try working in radio, a-hole.
All right, so they were arresting farm workers, I guess. Trump yesterday says that an executive order is potentially coming, allowing some illegal immigrants to stay in the country so farmers don't run out of workers. Roll this.
Peter?
Thank you, President Trump. I have two. First, on immigration. What made you change your mind about targeting in California farmers and people in the hotel and leisure business?
Well, we're not targeting. In fact, if you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly by, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, great. And we're going to have to do something about that. We can't take farmers and take all their people and send them back because they don't have maybe what they're supposed to have, maybe not. And you know what's going to happen and what is happening? They get rid of some of the people because, you go into a farm and you look and people they've been there for 20, 25 years and they've worked great and the owner of the farm loves them and everything else. And then you're supposed to throw them out. And you know what happens? They end up hiring the people, the criminals that have come in, the murderers from prisons and everything else. So we're going to have an order on that pretty soon, I think. We can't do that to our farmers. And leisure, too, hotels. We're going to have to use a lot of common sense on that.
Sean, your thoughts on the whole farmer situation? I think Greg wanted to wind you up a little bit.
Yeah, no. Look, I'm not saying that we don't want to take out the worst first, right? Like, by all means, let's triage it, okay, and get rid of the gang members and the violent criminals and the drug dealers and all of this human smugglers and whatnot, right? Like, I'm not saying we don't prioritize that group first. I'm not saying, hey, let's do mass deportations and start on the farms, right? That's not what I'm saying at all. But if Donald Trump is going to make an exception for illegal aliens because they're working on a farm or they're working in a hotel or they're working in hospitality, what he's doing is he's creating two exceptions. A, you can come here legally you can come here illegally. As long as you wind up picking food, you're good. You can stay, right? Yep. Which I think is patently ridiculous. But even worse than that is the employers now. Where does this stop, right? Well, we're going to lose our people. Okay, hire an American and give an American a living wage. Well, that's going to increase the costs of living. That's going to increase how much, those goods and everything costs. All right, well, then you know what? Maybe that's what this market needs. Maybe we need to maybe that's where the left will get their wage increases from. If Americans who are being paid whatever their minimum wage is can't afford food because illegals are picking it, so the food stays quote unquote cheap, and it's not cheap as it is. I don't want to be cutting out and carving out exceptions for employers to say, all right, if you have illegals and you're breaking the law and hiring illegals, you could continue to do that because you told me it's going to be hard to replace them. No. How about what happened to make American, buy American, hire American? Right. Now it's like unless no, this is nonsense. I did not vote for that.
Well,
I did not vote for that.
What also happened to as far as the prosecution of these employers, right? These people, you're either failing to vet these people properly or you're trying to hide the fact that they're illegal, but you're going to save a few bucks. Attack the people legally through the court process that are encouraging this and breaking the law.
Yeah, I did not vote for mass deportations. I didn't see the asterisk when he said mass deportations, except farms and hospitalities and hotels, right? So, and I'll tell you what, there are a lot of people out there whose lips are surgically attached to Donald Trump's rump, and it's annoying me because they know it's bad. They know that is not a nice thing to see. What did Donald Trump say in that speech, in that press conference? He used the exact same talking points as that insane pastor and as Jerry freaking Nadler when he said, it's essentially, if we deport the illegals, who's going to pick the food? That's what he said.
Yeah.
Okay? It wasn't okay when Nadler said it. It can't be okay when our guy says it. And that's not what we voted for.
Well, what's
Now,
also super annoying,
about
though,
that.
yeah, you should be. And what's annoying to me about this is the fact that you have people. Well, they've been here for 20 or 25 years, so it doesn't matter if you've been here since 2000 and
Get
you're
legal.
here
You're not
illegally.
supposed to
You
be
broke
here.
the law. That's like
Yeah.
saying, well, I killed somebody in 2000. I've been on the run. It's been 25 years, so. You still
there's no
broke
statute
the
of
law.
limitations on this, buddy.
Well said, Anna. Thank you.
It's
yeah,
ridiculous.
he's obviously throwing a bone to the farmers that voted for him. But this, I feel like I always go back to the great quote by Thomas Sowell, which is, there are no solutions, there are only trade-offs. You know, you're never going to just solve poverty or solve every problem. You're going to have trade-offs. And like Sean said, yeah, our goods and produce and crops going to go up probably, but that's for the good of the American economy and to pay Americans the living wage that they deserve.
Yep, I agree.
Yep.
Alex Padilla, Senator Alex Padilla. Let's get back to him for a second. We did him in the 6 o'clock hour. Phil, do you have? I think it was one of your big take cuts. Do you have the fight that actually?
Yeah, there's
happened?
two of them.
Two of them. If you could play those two for me. Yeah. Roll it.
Senator Alex Padilla, I have a question for the secretary.
I have a question.
Hi, I'm Alex.
Half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your hands off.
Hands off. So then they take him out, out of the press conference, and then you can put the other one up, Phil, where they
take him down.
Where they take him down,
If you let my hands go, I'd put him behind my back.
and they put his hands behind his back.
Oh.
Oh, I would love to do that to a senator. Oh, I'm fantasizing about it.
Whoa.
I did not know. There's no recording allowed.
The flip-flops coming out of you, Nick.
No
Flop
pedicures
culture.
for Mr. Padilla this weekend.
So I play that just as kind of a backdrop here. Alex Padilla commented, this is cut 13. He said, if this is how the administration responds to a... By the way, my take on this was earlier, Sean, Anna, was that this was a whole publicity stunt. He did this just to get, notice. Now everybody today is talking about Alex.
We know who he is now.
Now we know who he is.
Yeah, 100%.
Thank you, Israel, for bombing Iran, so we can forget about who Alex is.
It's a great point. Of course, he gave a press conference after this. Roll this.
Mental rights. I was there peacefully. At one point, I had a question. And so I began to ask a question. I was almost immediately forcibly removed from the room. I was forced to the ground, and I was handcuffed. I was not arrested. I was not detained.
So what's the problem?
I will say this. If this is how this administration responds to a senator with a question, if this is how the Department of Homeland Security responds to a senator with a question, you can only imagine what they're doing to farm workers, to cooks,
he's gonna cry,
to day laborers out in the Los Angeles community and throughout California and throughout the country. We will hold this administration accountable.
Sean Farish, we pulled up the screen grabs of this guy's X feed over the last 4 years. Countless times he has tweeted, nobody is above the law. So let's just flip the verbiage around for Mr. Padilla. If this is how a United States senator is going to act, I have no respect for certain senators that behave in this fashion. I'm glad he was dealt with accordingly.
Yeah, and according to Bongino, deputy director of the FBI, said the senator in question was not wearing a security pin and physically resisted law enforcement, which we saw. The FBI personnel acted completely appropriately while assisting Secret Service, and we are grateful for their professionalism and service. And if this guy wants to keep crying, I think it's time that we play a little 9 Days. This is the story of a girl who cried a river and drowned the whole world. I think that would be appropriate.
Circa 2000.
They're only. I talk about a one-hit wonder.
I know.
This is the story of a girl.
I don't know a single song besides that. Which that name of that song is Absolutely.
Absolutely, yes.
And Story of a Girl in parentheses.
Guaranteed,
But,
Phil will not reference that at 9:50.
9 Days. I don't know a single other song by them.
Maybe Nine
You
Inch
know, good on
Nails. Whatever happened to 9 Inch Nails?
All the Phil timers out there.
Huh. Trent Reznor. I knew him very well, by the way. I have 10-inch nails.
10-inch nails.
Hang on.
I knew he was looking for this.
Yes.
Now we're going to get flagged for this awful song.
No, we're not going to
Is
get
this
flagged.
a song worthy of being flagged? Absolutely
No,
not.
this is not. We're not going to get flagged.
Yeah.
And they even look like, I'm playing the video here. They even look like early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s.
I think this song came out in 2000.
Vibes.
Yeah.
I was 16.
Ugh,
making out with girls in the back of a VW Jetta.
I gotta say though, like for all the great music that came out of the '90s, like there was also a lot of crap too.
Oh yeah. Here's a musical question for Greg, Phil, and all the diehard musicians out there, musical fans. Is the '90s the decade with the most one-hit wonders? I mean, I can't think of another decade that had more.
No, I think the '70s was the king of the one-hit wonder.
Was it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe that to be true.
The 90s may have been two-hit wonders.
Yes. Yeah.
You know?
So with this Alex Padilla thing, let's start actually with Kristi Noem. She reacted to this. We played this earlier, Sean, but for you.
They better hope she doesn't treat him like a dog.
24.
Or a purse.
24.
Question I have to ask you, would you please address Senator Padilla's interruption to your press conference?
I'm not. Yeah.
Even personal charges for what we just witnessed here.
Oh, you know what? I don't even know the senator. He did not request a meeting with me or to speak with me. So when I leave here, I'll have a conversation with him and visit and find out really what his concerns were. I think everybody in America would agree that that wasn't appropriate. That if you wanted to have a civil discussion, especially as a leader, a public official, that you would reach out and try to have a conversation. For instance, I have left voicemails for Governor Newsom wanting to have a conversation. Has he returned them? No.
No.
He hasn't. I know that the White House has reached out and had conversations with Mayor Bass as well. And so that's what you do to try to start these conversations and ask for partnerships. Unfortunately, we haven't met that in this area. I'll visit with the senator and find out really what his concerns are and what we can do.
By the way, we played a CNN analyst this morning, Sean, who basically said that like she absolutely did nothing wrong. They're trying to goat him into saying that this is authoritarian, but he basically said, I'm not going to play it again,
right?
Phil, but he basically said like she didn't, she had no call over having this guy removed.
Right.
That was all the security there.
This is how law enforcement would have acted in any other setting if somebody showed up unannounced and was behaving the way he was.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. And no issue with it.
Let me grab this call because we were talking about the amnesty to farmers. Marianne in Doylestown is against Trump giving the amnesty to the farmers. Marianne, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi. Here's why. We have in the United States an agricultural workers visa. The reason why a lot of these farmers, I have to say, they become profiteers of illegal immigration. And the reason why is because they want it's cheaper for them to just hire illegal immigrants, often through these nefarious labor brokers who come in and bring people in specifically for some of the employers in the agricultural industry. But for example, if they do an H-2A and ask for those visas for temporary seasonal agricultural workers, they have to pay, for example, in California, over $19 an hour. They have to provide housing. The workers are here. They can access health insurance, and they're doing everything the right way. But the farmers and the businesses don't like to do that. Why? Because it's cheaper to just hire illegally and under the table.
Sure.
It exploits the workers. Anybody gets hurt, and they're not here legally, guess what? They end up at the emergency room, and they have to be treated for free on our dime. So I understand that the farmers are annoyed or upset about it, but I think this is the wrong approach.
Okay, Marianne, we appreciate the call.
I'm with it.
Yeah,
I'm with it. And I'll tell you this again. I'm not saying that ICE raids should begin on farms. Like there should be an order of priority, and they should triage it, right? And so gangbangers, drug dealers, violent criminals, rapists, murderers, by all means, you go after those people first.
Sure.
Okay? But when you're done going after those people, or if one of those people are on a farm, like there was a story I reposted yesterday about an illegal alien who worked on a farm but also killed a girl, right? I mean, these aren't all angels who work on these farms, right?
Right.
And it's not to say that any group of workers, there are people who, work in any profession that are bad people, right? But you can't, because my question is, okay, let's say you grant amnesty to these illegals on the farm, right? Or you show leeway, right? What is stopping the next industry, construction, right? Painting,
landscaping,
plumbing, whatever it is, landscape, from saying, well, what about us?
Yep.
And now everybody gets this thing, right?
Well,
and now it's over.
And what's frustrating about this is Tom Homan and everybody in ICE and DHS and Trump have said we're going to start with the baddest people first and work our way down. Now, if you're if you're going to Pennsylvania or if you're going to Tennessee or whatever state you're going to, and you're rounding up, MS-13 or cartel, drug dealers, whatever, and you're in that state and you've been told, 20 miles over in the next county, there's 3 different car washes or 4 different farms. Well, okay, we went there with the intention of getting the worst first. And oh, by the way, while we're here, why don't we swing on by and make these, quote, raids and round up these other people? You can do 2 things at once. It's not like they stopped. Just because they rounded up 500,000 and deported 139,000 of the worst doesn't mean that they've stopped doing that and are now targeting, quote, innocent civilians.
You know what I'd do if I was Trump? I wouldn't be granting no amnesty. I would say to these farmers, I'm going to give you guys, or these businesses that are hiring, I'm going to give you guys the option. We can either deport these guys or we could fine you. What would you like us to do?
Yeah.
And that's it.
Right.
Right?
I like that.
What would you like us to do?
Yep.
We can either deport them and we can forget that you ever did this.
Yep.
Right? And you can hire some Americans and give them a fair wage and put our people back to work. Or we could take you to court and we could throw fines at you and we could really disrupt, you want to talk about your way of doing, we could disrupt the whole thing.
Yeah.
What would you like us to do? They will sell those illegals down the river like this.
Oh, yes. You have 90 days to replace illegals with people that are citizens at a fair wage. I'll give you 3 months, 90 days. If not, we start fining you. Boom.
That's it. Every day.
One more on the Padilla thing, Senator. Actually, let's play for Sean, because I don't know if Sean saw this. Elizabeth Warren was very breathless over Senator Alex Padilla being detained. So she had to immediately get into her chauffeur-driven car and go onto her Instagram and film this video. Go.
When Senator Padilla gets pushed, shoved, thrown to the handcuffed because he is asking questions, because he is engaging.
I'll have what she's having.
In the very oversight that senators are supposed to engage in. Then what we're really talking about here is a Trump administration that just wants to shut down the ordinary functions of government. Look, I do a lot of oversight myself. I ask a lot of questions because that's how it works. In a democracy, we use our words to hold people accountable. We don't use our fists. We don't shove. We don't try to knock people down. We use our words. That's what oversight is all about. And that's what I want to go to the floor of the Senate to talk about. I think it is time for every senator, every member of Congress, Democrat or Republican, to stand up and say what Donald Trump has done is wrong.
I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a new Disney film called Pocahontas Has Her First Orgasm.
Oh, God. Jesus,
my God.
Jesus, man. People are trying to eat breakfast.
Everybody enjoying their cereal? Thank you, Lizzie.
Not to be outdone, Senator Cory Booker took to the
bad.
He has a disease, by the way. It's called atchaphoia. Have you ever heard of it?
No. What is that?
One eye looking at you and one eye looking for you.
I didn't realize.
Hold on. That was a good one.
I didn't. No, do not. No, do not. Do not. Do not. Do not. All right.
Letitia James has that too, by the way.
Yeah.
Sasquatch.
Yeah, these cockeyed. Yeah, it's very disturbing.
Yeah.
Get that stuff fixed if you can.
Yeah, come on. You got good health
Yeah,
insurance.
I was just gonna say. I mean, look at the size
Is
of
it
him.
fixable?
He obviously eats well. Roll it.
And this son of Mexican immigrants
Uh-oh.
who cleaned homes
Spartacus.
and served food. This man with equal dignity in this body today was driven violently to his
busting out of that suit.
knees
He is.
as if made to kneel before the authority of the executive
Oh, here we go.
Oh, boy.
because he was so-called disrespectful. That should offend the consciousness not just of the other 99 members of this body.
He's gonna cry.
It should offend the conscience of this country.
Hasn't he
He cries,
spoken
the
enough
tears
for
come
the
out
whole
of his
year?
I know. I was going to say, is he going to talk for another 28 hours?
Forcibly kneel before this executive. When
That was
does
a
it
Hitler
stop?
salute.
Yep, that was.
He's a United States senator. And if you could force him to kneel to his knees violently,
I thought they liked taking a
when
knee.
does it stop?
He looks like James Franklin.
What does it say to other Americans?
Kneel before
who
General
want to wake
Zod.
up? What
Cory
does it say
Booker knows a lot about kneeling, but he kneels on both knees.
duty? What does it say to other Americans this weekend when they want to peacefully protest? What does it say to other Americans from humble backgrounds who know poverty? That if a United States senator who stands up to do his job can be made to heel, driven to his knees, violently handcuffed, what does it say? What message does it send?
There we go.
You know what happens? This is the Cory Booker is the perfect example of when you don't have anything intelligent to say or credible or a policy or a position to stand on. What do? You get loud.
You just
yell.
scream.
You put
Yeah.
on a performance. That's all these people do. They have nothing that they can run on other than hatred against Donald Trump. That's it.
By the way, he's definitely running for president.
Yeah.
just
no
saying,
question.
it's not going to work out well.
Yep.
But there's no question that the however many hours that he fake filibustered in the Senate and then this and this just theater. That's what it is. It's performative. He's definitely going to try and run for president, and it's not going to work out well for him. But what a mess!
I know.
The fact that people once took him seriously and was like, oh, he might be a problem. He's
No longer.
Yeah, when he was mayor, he was like a bipartisan type guy. You know what I mean? Like when he became senator, he was just like he became like this radical
you have
leftist.
to.
Yeah, I know.
In this game, right?
Mhm.
Like he may have been a common sense guy at one point, but the party tells you what you have to do, right?
Yeah,
it's
right.
just
Yeah,
and now he is what he is.
The sad part is, though, it's not a game because you have these people on the left that are mentally unstable that go
Correct.
above and beyond what Cory Booker's yelling about and then start throwing bricks, lighting cars on fire, trying to shoot a president from 130 yards away. Have some semblance of professional responsibility, and why don't you try to outmatch Republicans on policy instead of bitching and moaning 24/7? Because that's all they do.
Yeah.
That's all they do. All right, Bucks County Estate Traders, there'll be no bitching and moaning if you go looking for furniture because we all realize that we're tired of the cheap, mass-produced junk. That's why you got to talk to Bucks County Estate Traders. When you go in there in Hatfield, beautiful showroom, talk to my guy, Matt Stanella. He's the owner. He's the man who literally picks all of the pieces of furniture, over 16,000 pieces in a 58,000 square foot showroom. Brands like Stickley, Baker, and Henredon. And it doesn't matter your style. It doesn't matter your room. If you like classic, modern, rustic, traditional, you're doing the man cave, you're doing the living room, maybe you're doing an office for home so you could zoom it in and tube in. Bucks County Estate Traders, they have it all. And unlike the big box stores, they're going to give you something you love for every room in your house. And they're all up to date with all the technology. You go in with your phone, you scan the QR code, bang, you get all the details, including the price. If you want the furniture ready for delivery on the same day, go to their website, buckscountyestatetraders.com, or stop by their showroom in Hatfield and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it.
but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. And prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS, for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
It's Kayal and Company, 8:51, as we continue the cut sheet.
Stop it.
No, we're not going to stop it, Senator Kennedy. Fight Club, fast approaching, 20 minutes away.
19, Phil, House votes to defund $9.4 billion in spending, including defunding PBS and NPR. Roll it.
Bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
There you go.
Yeah, 214.
The House will be in order.
The 212.
What did I see? Somebody tweeted at this at us last night, Nick, that Brian Fitzpatrick locally here voted against it, right?
We're going to need some explanation, some details.
Yep.
Going to get him on one of the shows, maybe Dawn or Dom or somebody will get him on and grill him with that question, a lot like McCormick, where he was against it as well. So 214, 212 passes in the House, now goes to the GOP-controlled Senate. I'm assuming it'll pass there as well. Not sure what the margin will be, but one step closer. I think the full wave, by the way, I probably misspoke a little bit in the big take. It's not $9.4 billion for just PBS and NPR. It's the total first wave of cuts, which includes USAID, and I believe that is the collective sum, if I've read it correctly, Sean.
It is. It's $9.4 billion in cuts, $8.3 for USAID, $1.1 for the Corporation of Public Broadcasting. And with regards to McCormick in the Senate opposing a Doge cuts bill, I don't know his rationale. The only thing he could do to save face on that, which would make total sense to me, would be to say that he did not support standalone legislation going through the House and the Senate, because then you need 60 votes. With the rescissions package, which has been sent from the White House, goes to the Congress, goes to the Senate, you only need a simple majority. So if his reasoning that when he says he comes out, if he said he came out against the Doge cut bill, is because tactically it would fail, I can give him a pass, because you don't want to send standalone legislation through the House, simple majority, through the Senate. You need 60 votes to codify the Doge cuts, whereas rescissions, you only need a simple majority. You can't filibuster. It's privileged legislation, so they can't just leave it alone. They have to vote on it. If that's his rationale for quote-unquote opposing it, basically not opposing the cut themselves, but opposing the way the cuts are being introduced, it's a decent move and a good way to save face. If his rationale is anything different than that, I think he should have a problem.
I just love how Catherine Marr is going to spend her weekend probably having lots of anxiety and maybe nausea because the CEO of PBS wants to lie to us. You know what's amazing is all these people lie, and we live in this day and age where we can all get the information, and there's great fact checkers out there and places like Media Research Center. We talked about this earlier this week, Anna, where PBS tried to argue they don't have a political slant. Yet 87 executives work for their company. All 87 are non-conservative. And as far as their news stories and guests, PBS in January of 2025 through May of 2025, 173 left-leaning guests on their network and a total of 41 conservative guests. That's a 4.5-1 to ratio. That's a bias.
Yeah, I can't really speak too much to PBS, but I used to be such an NPR nerd.
Oh, no.
Like 6 or 7 years ago, I used to be such a fan of, 1A with Joshua Johnson. I actually went to a live taping of one of his shows.
Wow.
They didn't talk about politics. They talked about like the St. Pete Pier. If you're from this area, you'd know that there was a bunch of, hoopla surrounding that. And like Terry Gross, she used to have like great interviews with people. And then I've tuned in the last few years, and everything is race, gender.
Mm-hmm.
I gave it a shot. I'm like, maybe it's just an off day. Nope. And then they like to combine them, like disabled, gender fluid, black, brown.
Intersectionality.
Exactly. Yeah. So now it's just all left-wing propaganda.
Yep.
But even just a few short years ago, like they used to have some kind of quality stuff. Even though it would be left-leaning, it wasn't just this progressive propaganda 24/7 shoved down your throat.
Yeah,
so
for me, I don't care about the children's programming. I don't care about like what you just said with Joshua Johnson or whatever.
Yeah,
but
like
your
local
news,
Florida issues.
Yeah, but like your news division specifically cannot be super left like that and expect the taxpayers to pay for that. I'm not funding stuff that I disagree with politically. And I think, Stocker, your whole beef has been Go out there and
compete.
Yeah,
compete with us. I mean, that's all I ask. I mean, look locally here, that WHYY does very well in the ratings. So like they can compete for ad dollars like everybody else does. So I want them in the marketplace with us because like let's see who has the more loyal audience. Is it 1210 or is it WHYY? You know what I mean? Like I want to compete with them. Like they have this, they don't have to air commercials and they can go 16 hours and just do fund drives because that's how they get their money. When we have to run ads and we're sponsors and thank God for all of them. But like it's an unfair marketplace when the taxpayers just fund them to go on.
Level the playing field.
Absolutely.
PBS is one step away from Cookie Monster endorsing a Democrat. So that's
Cookie Monster's
how is the
trans.
Cookie Monster supposed to? How is the Cookie Monster supposed to get his cookies if they take away his SNAP benefits? Right? Like that's where we're like this close to that.
That would
We're
be
close.
that would be an amazing episode. Remember Kayal the other day when we played that ICE officer that shot that protester in the nuts with a rubber bullet?
Yes.
He has to. He's losing a nut.
Oh, we'll call him one nut job.
This is a very, very short clip. He posted it on his X, I think, where he is actually losing a nut. Roll this.
ICE shot me in the nuts.
ICE shot me in the
and
nuts.
now I'm losing a ball. Surgery is tomorrow.
And then he's eating a sandwich.
Nice fingernails.
Hey, you know what I call that, Greg?
What?
Gender affirming care.
Hairy balls. Big balls.
It burns his old droopy nuts.
Yeah, well, play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Yep.
Lose a ball.
Lose a ball.
Amazing.
Take your ball and go home.
We also played this. We also played this thing yesterday, Sean. You're a WWE wrestling fan, so you'll get this. This tackle that this guy did, he speared.
Oh yes,
Goldberg. Yeah. So for those of you who weren't tuned in yesterday, and Anna, you may not have seen this. So there was an ICE protester.
I saw
who,
it.
who threw a can at an officer, and a bystander just came and speared him. Roll this. Ready? YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Boom! And then, Spear! Yeah. Oh, it's amazing.
I wish I could take people
Let me
down
say,
like that in jiu-jitsu.
Remember when
Beautiful
ESPN
move.
was cool?
Yes.
And they would do the jacked up segment? That's on it.
Yep.
And then it became soft. Well, you're taking pride in people getting hurt. And I'm like, no, the guy got jacked up. By the way, whoever the New York Jets GM is, I don't know his name because in 2 years it's not going to matter. So, sign him up.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
dude, that's every Jet fan leaving MetLife Stadium after Sunday. They just want to spear somebody.
By the way, if that was Patrick Mahomes, it would have been a flag.
Oh, yeah. 15 yards.
Well, Nick, who played football, you commented that actually wasn't a good tackle.
I mean, it's
because,
awesome. He jacked him up for sure. But
he had his head down, though,
yeah,
right?
that's how you end up paralyzed when you get your neck compressed like an accordion.
So I play that in reference to, because I want to compare the two. By the way, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. You can see these videos. So this is 20. There's somebody else who got speared or tackled. I think this happened in Los Angeles as well. This is 20. Roll it, Phil. There we go. Running. Oh, look at that! Look at that!
That's a cop too.
Yeah.
That's a nice.
Nice.
That's a cop one. Yeah, that's a cop. All right, so let's do the two back to back, Phil, if you will. Play that guy and let's vote on which one you think is better. Okay, so we have the ICE protesting. Go. There we go. Boom. We have that. That's a quality.
Oh, yeah.
That is a quality spear.
Drove him right.
That is
Watch that all day.
that is a quality spear. All right, and then let's roll the other guy. Run away from cops. And
Oh, got on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't even a tackle. That was just a straight up shoulder blast.
Yeah.
Almost a clothesline.
Yeah.
Close.
Let's go around the room. Nick, Sean, Anna. Nick, start with you. Which one do you like best?
I'm going to have to go with the first one just because the camera work was tremendous and we got to see the full angle of attack. This one was a little shoddy camera production, so
Yeah.
I'll go with A.
Sean?
I'm going with A, white shirt for the win. And after further review, there was no flag for unnecessary roughness.
That's right.
Anna?
I'm going to vote for the first video as well.
Yeah, me
it
too.
seems like the second one was a cop, right?
Yes.
The first guy was just like a regular dude,
Yeah.
just taking people out. So is this for the regular Joes out there?
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. I thought it would be lopsided, but
Yep.
Having a little fun.
What about you?
No, I agree with you. I think
okay.
I think it's definitely A. In your great state of Florida, Anna, this is Boca Grande, Florida.
Boca Grande.
Oh, Boca Grande.
But I like the way you said it better.
sorry.
Boca Grande.
Boca Grande.
And by the way, before we play this, and let's play it, but can we play the sheriff again from Florida that I used in the Big Take?
Yes.
God almighty, I love that guy.
Phil, if you have that, I don't know what number it is.
He's got it.
Oh, wait. Hang on. I think I have to play the
Okay.
audio. Do I have to play the audio, Phil? Hang on.
I think so.
Give me a second.
Sorry
Talk
about that.
amongst yourselves.
We could have played the first one that we were the Boca Grande or
No. It's okay. It's all right.
Boca Raton. Buca de Beppo.
All right, Phil, roll it.
I like that place.
So I'm gonna break it down for you.
I
all
love
right?
this guy.
And if somebody wants to know what I mean by turn violent, all right, this is what I mean. If you resist lawful orders, you're going to jail. Let me be very clear about that. If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tighter because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and in jail. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at. Because we will kill you graveyard dead.
Jimmy, I need that. I want graveyard dead on my board.
Wow.
I love
He
that.
rivals Grady Judd.
Yes.
That was pretty epic.
I was going to say Grady Judd is amazing.
Yeah.
That guy's amazing.
We
yeah.
love Grady Judd around here, but that guy's pretty good too.
Yeah.
I will tell you. He should have just said, we're going to feed you. I want to hear someone say, we're going to feed you to an alligator. Just once. Like, if you do blah, 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 we will feed you to an alligator. That's what I would.
To a gator.
Missed one opportunity.
You know what? The hell with my family.
No,
I want to
great.
spend Father's
great.
Day with him.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Well, in Boca Grande, Florida, a 9-year-old girl's hand was chewed off by a shark.
Oh, jeez.
What is happening in your waters
Don't get in
down
the water.
there? Oh.
I don't ever get in the water.
It's climate change.
Unless it's a
She
pool
was
or a
bitten by
shower.
climate change.
This is
Are these MAGA sharks?
This is courtesy of 25 News. Roll this.
Florida. It happened in the waters of Boca Grande. The family says Leah Lendl, that was the girl's name, went underwater to snorkel and came up from the water screaming.
Oh,
her mother was nearby, but she said she couldn't help right away because she was carrying her 2 toddlers. Some Good Samaritans heard the mother scream for help and ran over to the little girl. They pulled her from the water. One of them said they spotted an 8-foot-long bull shark.
We see the little girl crying, so when we see that little girl coming out from the water with no hand, it was like something out, like gets me like everybody was in shock.
Again, Leah is in that Tampa
beautiful that
hospital
water is.
recovering after a 6-hour surgery.
Oh, God. That poor girl, man.
Yeah.
Far more likely to drown in the ocean than you are to be bit by a shark.
Not in Florida, it seems at least. I don't know.
I mean, trust me, I don't go out far. I mean, I go up to
Nice shot, by
my
the way.
waist.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Did you make? Wait, you made?
It was like a no-look shot.
Well, he throws enough paper in there throughout the floor. He's getting a lot of target practice in there.
I do.
Don't downplay it, Nick. That was a good shot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hummel, you know where this is at? Boca Grande?
Yeah, I've never been there. I think it's like 2 hours south of me.
I don't know. That
Yeah.
water looks pretty damn nice.
It does
no,
look
it
nice.
looks real nice.
Yeah.
Real nice.
That's what the sharks want you to think. And then they go in there and you lose a
Very
leg.
inviting.
Yeah.
We're going to need a bigger boat.
Come on in, the water's fine. Drop your feet in there for a minute there with your flip-flops. One down.
Oh, the flip-flops would be beautiful in that setting. Everybody's
they'll
got the
get
flops
nibbled
on.
right off.
Yeah. Sean, are you a lake guy, a ocean guy, a pool guy? Are you any of those bodies of water?
I like pools. I like ocean. I grew up near the beach.
Of
course,
course,
on Long Island. We were a few miles away. The ocean is my favorite, especially when it's violent, right? When there's like 20 hurricane offshore, riptide. Those are my favorite.
Yeah.
Because it's people. If you don't know how to swim, riptides are dangerous. If you do, it's all right. You just swim. Parallel shore, you come in. It happened to me a bunch of times. So it's it's like whatever. The lifeguards were like, okay, you know what you're doing. I was like, yeah, don't you blow that whistle at me. I'll make you eat it, okay? But it was, I like pools. I like the ocean. I'm not into the lake because, see, the lake, to me, the water is stagnant. There's those brain-eating amoebas that are in there, and I'm not a fan of snapping turtles. So.
See, what's so funny is that the most disgusting water is called fresh water.
Yes,
fresh water is the nastiest water. You got to go salt.
Like ocean
baby.
water's good for you.
It
like
is.
I remember, I was like sick as a dog, a beautiful dog, a talented dog, and I went in the ocean for like a few hours. I came out, and I was like, there is no sickness.
Oh, if you have
salt,
if you have poison, or if you have a rash,
Sean,
salt water's great for it.
Sean, I went through the exact same thing. I went on vacation, not like feeling like absolute crap, but of course I was young, so I was like, I'm going in the ocean. I came out of the ocean, and I felt a billion times better. You are
right, like
right.
$1 million.
Yes,
right?
yes.
They tell you like you could do Epsom salt baths and stuff.
Yeah.
And it does things. And so like the ocean, it's like magical.
See, I'm surprised by Farish here on two fronts, because you say you like the ocean violent. I like my ocean like Democrats like protests, mostly peaceful.
And I love a violent ocean. And then a mostly peaceful ocean is boring.
I like
around. Like I want a wave to come and nail me in the head.
I agree. I agree with Sean.
We had hurricanes offshore, that would come like and be like a couple hundred miles offshore, but it would churn up the ocean. And like I didn't surf, but I would like body surf and swim the waves and stuff with friends.
Yep.
And every time we was like, how close? Because I'm a weather geek. How close is the hurricane? I'm like, oh, we're good. Let's go. We have like a 10 out of 10 riptide warning. The beach is definitely going to be almost closed. There's going to be like walls of water. We would just see them coming in, going, oh, and then get just absolutely demolished. It was fun. Yeah. Who wants to just sit there and no, I want to be fearing for my life on the top of one of these things.
Yeah.
Hit the ground, eat some sand, come up, crunch it, and then be like, that was fun, wasn't it?
I agree with Sean.
The difference between the genders.
Yes,
I know.
Like, thanks.
We've already proven that that Nick is beta because he likes
pedicures and calm waters.
Like
me.
Yeah. Yes. By the way, Sean, would you be shocked to know that in our poll, we had a lot of voting too. In our poll, is it okay for men to get a pedicure? 60% said yes. 60 to 40.
I want to know how many women voted.
I'm also surprised.
I bet you make that an all-male poll, and the results are flipped.
Well, you did say only for males to vote.
Well, and
we
then
can't confirm.
And then I said that as a female, would you be okay if your man got a pedicure? Right?
Tainted, rigged, tainted, overturned it, forensic audit.
By
that poll to court.
And also, Farish, you're anti-freshwater. I would recommend, because you're in my old stomping grounds, go down from Murfreesboro, head down to Percy Priest Lake in Nashville, and go out.
Yeah, I've been there.
Go on a pontoon boat for the day, and I'm telling you, you'll have a good time. I'm not saying swim around in the lake a ton, but you lay out there in a little raft. You have some high noons. It's a good time, man.
Yeah, no, we've been to Percy Priest. When we first moved to Tennessee, we lived like not that far away from like the dam, and all that. But I'm not into the freshwater thing, because it's stagnant and it's stuff. It's like a giant petri dish, and there's stuff grows in it. And I know I'm not going to be the only guy who pees in that water, and that doesn't get filtered out.
Well,
right?
I'm not a freshwater fish guy. I will only eat fish out of the ocean, saltwater fish.
That's probably the safest bet.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Some people actually eat
Sean are peeing in the water.
Yeah.
Trout and bass. Yeah, no, those fish aren't good to eat.
No.
All right, it's 9:10.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man.
Fight Club, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority. You visit tricounty.com. That's tricounty.com. Thank you, Brian Krieger, and everybody at the Tri-County Auto Group for sponsoring the highly rated and always respected Fight Club. Anna, it's been a couple months since you've been with us. We now do a 910 feature, as you can hear, and the good folks at Tri-County Auto Group have sponsored us to play fights. Not only are we going to do a fight club today, we have 2 weeks worth of fights to vote on. So you're going to be seeing a lot of fights here. Get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Let's do, we're going to have to, did we edit this, guys? Hang on a second. Hang on.
I was excited for this Fight Club segment for a long time because I've been binge watching Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. And
Can we check our work,
Goku
please, before we
Frieza
put it on the air and save it? We have it. All right, this is today's installment of Fight Club. This happens, I believe. All right, so I don't condone. Let me just say this. This is the second time this week that we've had to do this. I don't condone men hitting women. But this.
I feel like there's a big butt coming.
No. This woman. There's definitely a big butt.
I'm excited for it.
This woman is getting in this guy's face, and then she hits him, but he goes way overboard. Again, don't condone this. Just airing it. Let's roll Fight Club for this morning. Go.
Get out my face. You better get out my face. Go.
That's a fair fight.
Move, man.
Oh, and then he goes. Jesus! Oh, dude.
No. Damn, that's 10th grade. No.
Wow.
Now, the
Took a long time for that guy.
first clip that we played this week of a man hitting a woman was when the woman hit the police officer in another country.
Yep.
And then the officer hit her back, which, to me, the acceptable response is, yes, it's okay because you attacked law enforcement. When you're the dude in society as a civilian, they just got to backpedal. I mean, if you do a shove to keep her away from you, but he went Mike Tyson on her.
Yeah, that was too much.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, Anna, we should.
That's too much.
Yeah, Anna, as a female, we should actually hear from you as to your thoughts on this.
I'm probably not the one.
Hummel's a trained fighter.
Right? I know. I was just gonna.
I mean, no striking. I don't do strikes. I know. And that's when you get bruises and hurt yourself. But I feel like this is probably a hot take. The men should never hit women is I don't think it should be a one size fits all. Is that rude to say? I feel like there should be like a
you're the woman.
by case basis.
You're the woman. You tell us.
That seemed like a bit of an overreaction.
Well,
but I would say the first 3 seconds of his retaliation were fair game.
But then he took it too far.
The problem is too far.
The problem is with these guys, like you see them, like he just goes full bore. Like there's no brain power. No. It's just like that animalist instinct takes over.
Yep.
He probably doesn't even remember it. Like he was just like in a blind rage. I've heard that happens to people sometimes.
And also, if you're that violent, you see stuff like this at home, right? I mean,
but also, do you think that she maybe won't do that next time?
Oh my God!
I feel
no, I don't think she's going to learn. I don't think she's going to learn.
You don't think
she's
so?
going to play the victim. She's going to launch a GoFundMe. And she's going to do it again.
Agreed.
Well, some women don't care. I mean, we always say about guys going into blind rage. What happens if I almost called her Dawn. Anna, do chicks go into blind rages where they have these moments where they don't recall what they did?
I'm sure they do. I've never been in a physical altercation that wasn't sanctioned on a mat before, so I don't know. I'm a very peaceful person by nature, so I don't know.
Mostly peaceful. By the way, Anna, a lot of the women on the YouTube chat are on your side.
Oh, good. Okay, cool.
So this is apparently this is not a hot take. Guys are just like, no, you never ever hit women, and women are like, every once in a while, they might.
All right, so let's throw in a variable here. What if it's a trans woman?
Oh, boy.
What if it's a man?
Okay, hold on. Let me do the trans math.
Get your calculator out.
Okay.
So
trans math.
So a trans male, a man that is becoming a woman. I guess that would be a trans woman. Yeah, a biological male who used to be Bobby, who now wants to be called Bridget, punches Bo in the face. And Bo, the biological male, punches Bridget back, even though really
it's just another
Bridget
dude.
is Bobby.
Bridget is
Finkel
Bobby.
is Einhorn.
Right.
Right.
I think that's a fair fight.
Yes.
I mean, I have no problem with that because we're talking about biology, right?
Yeah.
And in the case of the video you guys just played, I'll always tell you that self-defense is acceptable. but he took self-defense into offense.
Yes.
Right? Like
Yep.
he had adequately defended himself, and that's where he should have stopped,
Agreed.
in my opinion.
Do we have all the videos, Phil? Because what we should do is we should take a break real fast, and then on the other side, we should vote on 2 weeks worth of fights. So just to jog everybody's memory, we have the Arkansas kindergarten graduation.
It was my sister's submission.
Texas Roadhouse.
Yep.
The movie theater.
Yep.
The playground with the gun where those two women got into it, and then the other one pulls out the gun but then shoots her friend.
Yep.
Didn't kill her, but we have Walmart. We have the strip mall. We have the gas station where weaves went flying. We have the cop that in another country.
It's always weaves. It's always weaves. Every week there's weaves.
We go for the lowest common denominator.
If I'm going to make a motion here. I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to propose legislation.
Yeah.
If there's ever a Fight Club segment
Yeah.
and there's not weaves, it doesn't count.
One weave a week minimum.
One weave a week minimum. We
need
also
a weave quota.
Yeah, we also have the police officer that was hit by a woman and then he hit her back. That was in another country. Outside the club that we played yesterday with two guys.
With the big axe.
Yeah,
right?
there was a
Giant.
dude who tried to break it up and his pants fell down and he had a giant
sans underwear.
And then today's that happened with the dude and the female. But we should play all of these, vote on them, and get to that on the other side.
Now, are we going to pick just one winner or two?
No,
winners?
two winners.
Okay.
We're gonna pick one for the week of June 2nd and one for the week of June 9th. Actually, if you want to make it interesting, we could probably pick one for the month of June if you wanted to.
Ooh, monthly awards.
All right.
Back after this.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Dawn Stensland here. What an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda has won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, Best Valued Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord CR-V or the Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always shop online, piazzahonda.com, for today's special offers. Tell them Dawn sent you. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. At Kitchen Magic, they've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays, no surprise fees, and this month only, you want to take advantage of their 24-month same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit them, kitchenmagic.com, or you can call 800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big! For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed! Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expired.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. That's why you should call my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently talked to Joyce, a listener. She had another dentist tell her to get dentures. She wasn't having any of that. She said she may be vintage, but not old. She met with Dr. Bentz and his team and now is very happy with her dental implants. The dentist you choose does matter. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949 or BentzDentalGroup.com.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange, and millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest-rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They're focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com. Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
9:23 as we continue with Fight Club June Weekly Awards on a Friday.
By the way, thank you, Tri-County Auto Group, for sponsoring Fight Club, because we're extending Fight Club because we haven't voted. We didn't vote on it last week, so because we were getting puppies adopted. All right, let's start with last week. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Get on over there right now to vote. If you are not able to, we understand that. So you good folks listening on the radio or the Odyssey app, Nick will describe these for you. Just to jog your memory, this is the Arkansas kindergarten graduation. You can roll this, Phil. Yeah, we're not going to do any audio on this. So you see this, parents
pushing, shoving. So
what was interesting to me about that was that, all right, you can stop it now. That was at a kindergarten graduation.
It's amazing. Amazing. I just attended my daughter's fifth grade graduation. No fights, by the way.
That's good.
Oh, I really want to know what led to this.
Nothing.
Like,
the problem is, Sean, nothing.
Well, I know what the problem is.
Let's go on to the Texas Roadhouse. Let's go on. Wait, this is Ocala, Florida.
Is that Lil Wayne?
This is.
Oh, that's a woman.
Yeah,
look
at
this.
The weaves come off. The weave. Look. I mean, they really.
Well, they were all out of rolls. the bread, that is. Plenty of rolls on these women in places you don't need rolls.
What?
That one woman was in leopard print, and that's unacceptable.
By the way, where is Ocala, Florida, Anna?
Oh, it's about 2 hours north of Tampa.
Okay, so northwest corner?
West, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Is that like
they're building a Buc-ee's there, so there might actually be a reason to go to Ocala too. So
Okay.
I love Buc-ee's.
Love Buc-ee's,
Yeah.
yep.
all right, so if you're keeping score at home or on the Odyssey app or on 1210 WPHT, the Arkansas kindergarten graduation, the Texas Roadhouse, so that's 1 and 2. Let's now move on to the movie theater, shall we? The movie theater. Look at this.
Oh,
this is a good one.
Oh.
This is everybody all dressed up.
Stuffed animal? Is that a stuffed animal?
Where's this?
I don't know.
Blonde
Why are they
wig?
dressed up?
It looks like
Is it
some
Rocky Horror Picture Show?
No,
What is
this was like a
going on?
Cardi B
it was
special.
like, yeah, it was like some movie premiere or something. A lot of
Yeah.
By the way, is that an
Okay.
usher with a flashlight, or is that camera phones with flashlights on them?
That's got to be camera phone.
yeah.
Do they still have ushers at the movies?
I
thought one of them was.
Remember the
but
old
it's
usher at the movie theater? He'd walk up
Yeah.
and down the aisles, make sure you weren't
Yeah.
making out.
Yeah, of your tickets, yeah. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT if you want to see these. Okay. Arkansas graduation, kindergarten graduation. That's important, by the way. Kindergarten graduation. Texas Roadhouse, movie theater. So now this one was, this fight happened on a playground, and one of the friends pulled out a gun and then shot... there you go. Like this is a bad fight.
Oh yeah, haymakers. Look at this. Look at the girl with the Crocs on and the gun.
Two weaves.
Crocs and Glocks.
Yep.
Wow. Take the back. Okay.
Yeah. Look, she's trying to I don't know what spurred.
Okay.
And then she's trying to keep away, I guess, the other girl's friends. And then keep going, Phil.
And then accidentally shoot somebody.
Yeah. And then she,
Oh,
you
look at
see
this.
that. Yeah. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Like and subscribe.
Oh, in front of the children.
And then
That's
she shoots.
Yeah.
She shoots her friend.
Yeah, and there's a kid there that's probably 9 years old filming.
Yeah.
Film culture.
Yeah.
Let's just film everything.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Jeez.
That happened on a playground. All right, and then
Child Protective Services.
yeah, and then my favorite place, Walmart. This took place outside. There we go.
Oh.
There it goes.
Oh.
See what happens when self-service checkout isn't working? Everybody loses their mind.
Oh, this is here we go. You've got the
yeah,
that pole that you put the rope on.
Although you
Swing
stand
like a baseball bat.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
How's that for self-checkout?
We played this last Friday, Sean, when you were on the show with us. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
You couldn't pay me enough.
got one.
By the way, those people that have to stand there at self-service checkout to make sure you don't steal anything or reset the machine because you don't know how to put the right code in or bag your food properly, those people cannot be paid enough.
All right, by the way, right now, get on over to YouTube and vote. Best fight of week 1, okay? Vote on it right now. Right now, Walmart has the lead at 50%. Number 2 is the movie theater. So if you want to vote, get on over to YouTube right now and vote. We're going to keep that up. Let's take another commercial break. We'll keep that up, and then after this break, we will come back and do week 2. You want to do that?
Yes.
All
So you
right.
said Walmart is in the lead right now.
Walmart is in the lead right now, but get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT, and vote. Best fight of week 1. Walmart is, far in the lead right now at 55%. Texas, the movie theater was a good one.
I think that's my favorite, I have to say.
Yeah.
I was going to go Walmart or Texas Roadhouse.
Which one? Let's go around the room. Nick.
If I have to pick one, I go Walmart.
Sean.
Definitely Walmart.
Anna.
I'm going movie theater just because
movie
they're
theater.
in their Sunday best, just throwing down.
I'm gonna agree with Anna on that. I'm going movie theater on that one.
Okay.
So all right, get on over there and vote right now because after this commercial break, we're gonna do week 2. So more fights coming up.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
The 20% small business tax deduction has helped small businesses grow, hire, and invest. But unless Congress acts, the deduction will end this year, and Pennsylvania's small businesses will be hit with a massive tax hike. Representative Ryan McKenzie just voted to protect over 33 million small businesses from this massive tax hike. Visit smallbusinessdeduction.com and thank him for supporting Pennsylvania's small businesses. Paid for by the National Federation of Independent Business.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
The Crash-Proof Retirement System is more than just a shield for your retirement. Our exclusive system offers unique flexibility, orchestrating crash-proof vehicles to maximize growth with the market, but with none of the volatility. That's why our clients enjoy both security and prosperity, knowing that they're taking full advantage of the market without ever risking their principal.
Philip Baglivo from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now is the time to look into crash-proof retirement for better growth and protection. With the crash-proof retirement system, I've earned 9% interest this year. I don't pay any fees, and I always come out on top. It's definitely a cornerstone for me to have crash-proof retirement in my life.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at Springfield Country Club in Delaware County, Tuesday, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Connected TV is one of the most effective channels for driving measurable advertising results. That's because when your customer's not scrolling, they're streaming. Let Viant put your ads right where they are, on the best content across the most premium platforms in the world. We're talking real consumers, big screens, big outcomes. With Viant, you get people-based targeting, AI-powered performance, and full access to inventory built to seize eyeballs, not clickbait. Viant, where premium streaming meets performance. Visit ViantInc.com/CTV to unlock real results today.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
9:35. It's a Farish Friday as we now get to week number 2 of the Fight Club Awards.
Fight Club, brought to you by Tri-County Auto Group. Thank you, Tri-County Auto Group, for this, your extended Fight Club segment. We started at 9:10, and it's now 9:35, and we're still doing it. By the way, the winner of week 1, far and away, was Walmart. So, Walmart won, far and away.
Beautiful.
All right, let's do week 2, shall we? Let's start out with the strip mall. This happened, I believe, in San Antonio. I think we, Kayal. Yeah, there you go. I think this happened outside of a gentleman's club because look at the way the women are dressed.
Yes,
look at there goes a weave. There goes a weave.
Yep.
There goes a weave.
Oh,
cheeks and weaves.
Yeah, cheeks and weaves, baby. I'm all for the cheekage.
Yep.
Also a plasma center. That always generates the most lively, entertaining personalities on the planet.
Yeah.
Good
this
God,
fight has more diversity. I like that.
Yeah, there was a very diverse
fight.
crowd. Yeah.
Very diverse.
I love a good cat fight.
I like how strip club has been sugar-coated to gentlemen's.
Yes.
By the way.
Well, Sean, they're you can buy steaks there, so they're restaurants
of course.
too.
Yeah, it's a restaurant.
Restaurants.
I
It
just
really
call 'em-
is.
I just call
We
them
got-
nudie bars.
Yeah. We got a lot of them in Tampa.
Oh, yeah. That's the strip club capital of the world.
It
That
really
and
is.
Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a lot of strip clubs in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. At least there were 20 years ago.
And you attended college for 9 weeks?
Yeah, I was just going to say. All right, this one happened outside of by the way, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. This one happened outside of a gas station. There we go. Oh,
there we go. And they're off.
Yeah, they're really throwing punches. Look at Yeah, there we go.
Gas
The other
ticks
one.
up 3 cents a gallon. The fists come out.
Well, I was going to say women don't like to pump gas. So
No.
there we go.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Goodness, she's a monster.
Little one's feisty.
Look at this
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
What do you think about this, Hummel, as far as why did the
look, she
chick
mounted him. She's doing jujitsu.
Mounted him.
Well, I mean, MMA, I guess now, but
Is it a control mechanism? Is it to keep your opponent under wraps, so to speak, to go for the hair? Do you
To
never
go
see
for the hair?
You never
Yeah.
see dudes going for the hair.
on
It's an
other
unwritten
dudes,
rule.
it's just not an option. It seems like most of the time. With women, it's really easy to kind of disarm them if they can't move their whole body, because they have to get their out of head control.
Well,
so.
nobody's going to go for my hair because I obviously have none. But like,
You're safe.
if Stalker was in a fight with another dude and a dude went for Stalker's hair because he has long flowing locks,
I would tap out. I would have to tap out.
Holy crap!
Exactly. All right, this one we played. All right, so if we'll put a poll up in 1 second, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to vote. We have the strip mall, we have the gas station. Now this happened, I believe, in another country. This cop. Oh, right there. Here, Phil. Actually, can you start it over again, just so I can set this up a little better? So this happened in another country. The police officer had these two women out, and she punched him right in the face. All right, you can roll it now. There we go. She gets up in his face, puts it, and right there. And he slaps her. Then she hits him, and then he takes her and throws her down.
Yeah, she's definitely liberal. There's no question about that.
I have no problem with the officer, by the way.
Same
None
here.
whatsoever.
Yeah.
Same here.
whatsoever.
Anna as a female.
No, that seems fine.
Yeah.
Seems fine to me. He didn't go crazy. He didn't go crazy. They're fine.
Anna's all for chicks getting beat down. Even if it's by a dude.
They deserve it, yeah. You can't just do whatever you want, and then when someone punches you back, you go, "Oh, I'm a victim. I'm a woman."
Anna Hummel thinks Whitney Houston
That's the
deserved
Hamas playbook, by the way. So I do not endorse that.
All right, this one happened outside of it looks like a local bar. Two gentlemen, looks like they wanted to take their scuffle outside.
Okay.
Roll this. There we go.
Yep.
Pushes
Shove.
him. Punch. Lock up.
Hug.
Lock up.
And then
punch right in the face.
There's the separation.
Another in the face, another in the face, another in the face, another in the face, another in the face. Oh, man. And then here comes the guy with the butt.
Yeah.
Hang on.
It's Biggie Smalls.
Look at that. Look at that.
Biggs.
And then he comes out. Watch this, though. Watch this. One last shot to him. Watch one last. KOs him. Takes him right out.
He almost
takes him
lifted him off the ground with that shot.
One last shot took him right down.
I'm surprised they're not turning that into a race thing.
Yeah, it's a very good point.
Yeah.
Because if you're not watching on YouTube,
Yeah.
the one gentleman was white, the other was black.
By the way, that bouncer with the sweatpants where his pants it went down.
Yeah.
Well, each ass cheek has its own zip code. I mean,
I thought that was Stacey Abrams for a second.
Yeah. I mean, JB
Lizzo.
Pritzker's like,
Yeah.
I don't look that bad.
All right, and then one more time, in case you you tune in at 9:40. I don't know why you would, but in case you do, this is today's.
Start at 6 a.m.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
This
right.
So he tries to this gentleman tries to get out of it. She says no.
Hold my phone.
Hold my phone. She gets up in his face, and then gives him a little shove.
Yep.
And then he gives her
The good
back,
news.
back in,
And they're off.
back in. Jesus, man.
Yeah.
Good God.
Imagine being this
The
teacher.
energy.
That dude has some rage, man.
Yeah.
Holy
he's got a
man.
problem.
Here comes the science teacher. All he wanted to do was set up his Bunsen burner and have class. And
All right, Philip, you already have it up there. If you want to go vote, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, the strip mall, gas station, the police officer in another country outside the bar, or today's with the man and woman. Let's go around the room, Nick.
I got to go. I got to defend. I got to back the blue. I'm going to go with the law enforcement officer. Not the most juiciest of the fights, but on principle alone.
Sean?
My favorite fight was outside the bar where that guy got lifted off the ground.
Me too. Anna?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the big booty Judy because you get to see some A, and then it was just like a KO at the end. So that was pretty sweet.
Yeah, that's what sold it for me was the KO.
I like that. My mother-in-law's
Not the
named
booty.
Judy, by the way. Big Booty Judy.
Yeah.
Bottle that one for later.
I agree with you. I also voted for outside of the local neighborhood bar. And by the way, that one is winning 54%. If you want to get on over to YouTube, vote right now. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there, and vote on today's poll question. We have a couple more cuts if you want to do this here.
Yeah, we still have music and movies and all that as well.
Yeah, there's a lot. So I debated playing this because, look, it's news. I'm talking about that Air India flight 171 that crashed. So there's obviously video of the flight trying to take off and then it crashes. Yes or no, Nick? It's theoretically your show, so
go ahead.
All right, roll this, Phil. You can see the Air India. This is Air India. This happened yesterday. By the way, everybody but one person on board died.
Isn't that insane?
Yeah,
Dude,
which
that
we'll get
guy's
to.
got to play the lottery.
Which
now.
we'll get to in 1 second. So you can see him going down the runway, and they're trying to take off, and then it looks like it's not. They're not really getting altitude, right?
Yeah, and is it
like stalling?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I saw an account on X.
And it's going down. Oh,
like
Jesus.
a former pilot.
Yeah.
And they made it sound like it may have been human error.
Oh, God.
That the flaps were set to 0 or something.
Oh,
or that
God.
There was a weight imbalance.
And then here it comes back down. Oh,
Well,
Jesus.
let me ask you this.
Oh, God. That's horrible.
Because that plane did not get more than... How many feet was that in the air, would you say? 40?
No,
it's way more than that.
It's way higher than that, but it didn't get.
Are you surprised that this is such a catastrophic result, considering how low it was?
It wasn't that low from the view that we're seeing it right now. It was low, but I don't think it was that low.
Phil, rewind
I
it.
bet you that was at least.
What do you think?
A few hundred feet in the air.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely
Okay.
it was. Absolutely, it was a few hundred feet in the air. Absolutely.
Let's roll it, and I want to freeze it at its peak. Keep going. It's going up, up, up. Right about there, roughly there.
Yep. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's as high as it was. They're probably
like 200 feet.
No, they're probably more than that. They're probably
That's more than 200 feet.
500?
That's way
Yeah.
more than 200 feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's probably more than 500. It's
1,000?
probably
Really?
Yeah. It might be a couple thousand.
What, really?
And you got to think it's not just, it
thousand?
doesn't just fall out. That might be 1,000 feet, 1,200 feet, but you got to think that might not be, that's not, that's still moving at a very, very fast rate.
Yep. And all the jet fuel.
Hit the ground with that force and all the jet fuel.
Jet fuel, yeah.
Right? So this account on X, political pilot, I don't know if this guy's actually a pilot, but he seems to know what he's talking about. He took a few screenshots of the crash. He says, I'm convinced they have flaps set to 0. Flaps should be set to 5 or 15 degrees at 37 degrees Celsius air temperature and a full fuel load. This would 100% result in the aircraft unable to climb. And he took more videos and cleaned up the videos. And he keeps saying that the flaps do not look like they were set for takeoff. So I know a lot of people are dunking on Boeing, but this may not actually be Boeing's fault. This may be human error. I guess they'll have to get the black boxes on that.
Okay.
So Vishwash Kumar Ramesh was the sole survivor of the Air India Boeing 787 crash, according to
That's
India
wild.
Today. Ramesh 40 says there was a loud noise after takeoff. 30 seconds after takeoff, there was a loud noise, and then the plane crashed. It all happened so quickly, he said to the Times. When I got up there were bodies all around me. I was scared. I stood up and ran. There were pieces of the plane all around me. Someone grabbed hold of me and put me in an ambulance and brought me to the hospital. Vishwash is a British national and was visiting family in India. He was reportedly sitting toward the front in seat 11A. Roll this video. I know it's kind of... this is him.
He walks
He
away.
walks away.
He walks away. Everyone else is dead.
Can you imagine?
No.
Unbelievable.
No,
Yeah.
this guy is the luckiest human being.
Yep. With some bruises and obviously
sure. But he's fine.
Yes, he's limping a little bit, but
he's walking better than me after the bike ride. And he was on a plane that crashed.
Yeah.
Do you guys? I'm gonna sound like a weirdo here, but do you guys believe in like the whole Final Destination thing, where like he was supposed to die there, so now I don't know.
The rest of life is a free roll?
I don't know. I don't know, man.
No.
I just want to see if he knows.
I don't think
I'm going to
so.
find out if he knows what the outcome of the Jets Week 1 game is, and I'm going to put a lot of money on it.
I know what the outcome is. Come on, that's the easiest one to do. Just whoever the Jets are playing, bet them heavily.
All right, and with that is today's cut sheet.
All right, we'll come back. Jimmy Kelly with our morning mystery movie clip, and of course today in music history with Phil. Sean, great stuff. I know you have your other show to get ready for. Have a great weekend, buddy. And
thanks, brother.
Don't show up at any No Kings protest.
I'll do my best. Thanks so much. We'll talk next week.
All right, buddy. There he is. Jimmy, Phil, and then Dom will be in here, and he'll be hanging out with us for a little bit as he'll start earlier than normal. Back after this here on Kayal and Company.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC company out for a $59 AC tune-up, and the service tech tells you there are 3 other things that need to be fixed that would cost you hundreds, if not more, dollars? That's because these clowns are really salesmen, not service techs. At Marvin E. Cans, we can't tune up your system for only $59, but we will tune it up for a fair price, and that's all we'll do. If you want an honest HVAC company, then contact us at marvinekanze.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
I'm Todd and Tucky of TNT Amusements in Southampton, Bucks County, and we sell real pinball machines and arcade video games like Pac-Man for your home. Your home. Imagine the fun your family can have. You can even rent our maze-like showrooms for an arcade party. So, check out our website, tntamusements.com, or just Google us. TNT Amusements.
Free speech lives here with Kayal Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
$9:52, Friday morning. It's Kayal Company. Dom time will get started earlier than normal today. Dawn is off, and we'll chat with Dom in about 15 minutes.
Can I ask Phil a question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is this the highest? Did this album, Frampton Comes Alive, the live album, did it sell the most of any live album ever? Do you know?
I don't know that fact, but I believe it. I think so.
Did it?
I think so, actually.
Yeah. Spent a lot of time. It spent a lot of time at #1.
There's no question.
Yeah.
I think this is #1 in terms of sales.
1976, I believe.
Oh, such a great album.
It is. Yeah, baby.
Speaking of #1, this week in music history, coming up tomorrow night, your #1 show.
Music show, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm taking down WIP again.
Some weeks even beats WIP.
Yeah. Because on a Saturday night at 11, it's music, or is Jalen Hurts overrated? Good work, Philip. All right, Jimmy Kelly. Before the music always comes the movie, because with the movie comes a prize. We'll tell you about the prize, but you have to be able to identify this movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Want to talk about the beer? All right. The beard's in its transitional stage right now, that's all. When it comes in, it's going to look great. And it's going to look like a movie star, what's his name?
Orson Welles?
No, Orson Welles. Oh, I get it. Fat jokes, right? That's real funny. Yeah, I put on a couple of pounds. So what? Come on. What else do you have?
No.
Think you know what it is? Be quick 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Hey, well, hold on for the prize. Hey, some business to address here. First, we started with a beard. Then we talk about putting on a few pounds. Thank you, Jimmy Kelly, for summarizing the last 2 years of my life.
Did you... question for you. Road Warrior wants to know this. He asked earlier, Any update on training? How many miles have we done? I haven't done. Full disclosure, I have not been out since Sunday. I plan to go out today though.
Same here. I was supposed to go out Tuesday, and our great trainer and listener Dave Madden had to bail on me.
Uh oh.
So
what we need to do is get Team Kayal and Company together. By the way, there's like 18 of us.
I know.
We need to get us all together and do a little training sesh.
Mhm.
A little training sesh. Anna, in case you don't know, we in July 20th.
The bikes.
Yeah, we're riding to the Jersey Shore from the Ben Franklin Bridge to Atlantic City, 65 miles, all for police charity.
Okay,
So,
I mean, that's
yeah.
a great cause.
So we're raising money for Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Mhm.
They help slain and fallen officers' families.
Mhm.
So we do this Nick has done it. I did it. Nick will like to tell you that I did it back in the Obama administration, which is
that true?
Which is accurate, yeah.
Okay.
I was in my 30s then. I was a little younger.
It was a good time to be alive.
Yeah,
Yes, I
yeah,
agree.
Exactly.
All right. GregStalkerSucks.com if you want to sign up to donate or ride in the race. 65, 30, or 10 miles is your choice. But right now, if you can identify that movie by being caller number 12 at 855-839-1210, you will get a $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. For Father's Day, it's a great opportunity. Call 215-333-0484 or visit them online at gallowsburgerbar.com. We have a winner already. Well, that was easy. Erica in Center City. Erica, what movie did we just play for you?
That would be Mr. Mom with Michael Keaton and Terry Garr.
Yeah,
Great movie.
Nice job.
She even knew this. Yeah, Terry Garr.
I used to work at a movie theater in high school.
Oh, nice. One in Center City?
No, GCC Northeast, which is no longer there at the Boulevard, Welsh and the Boulevard.
Nice. Love it.
Nice job,
Love
Erica.
it.
Congratulations.
Thanks,
Gift
Erica.
card
I love
is
the
yours.
show.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Erica.
We love you back.
Okay.
There she goes. Michael Keaton, by the way, I would argue underrated actor. Doesn't get the credit he deserves.
I disagree. No, I think he's a great actor. I think he gets. I think movie buffs like Michael Keaton. Right?
Yeah. Okay.
I need to see who this person is.
You have no idea who Michael Keaton is. Oh.
I know who Diane Keaton is.
Wait, you know
Diane?
Wait, hang on. You know Diane Keaton, but you don't know Michael Keaton?
Yeah, the First Wives Club, but
God,
don't make fun of me.
I think she's banned for the rest of it.
Anna, have you heard of the movie Batman?
I have, yes.
Are you sure?
Have I seen it? No.
But she hasn't. I mean, like I'm sure you know the Christian Bale, Heath Ledger Batman. You don't know the 1989 Michael Keaton.
I don't know any of the Batmans.
Yeah.
Superman.
Yeah.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, he broke his neck. Christopher Reeves.
Oh, well,
right?
okay, all right.
Okay, I know a little bit about that.
all
There
right.
we go. There we
All
go.
right, Hummel's back on the board.
Okay.
There we go.
Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice. White Noise.
EKZ says Anna is now dead to me.
I'm so sorry.
See, you had.
I know I'm such a disappointment when it comes to like movies and entertainment.
She brings bad weather and she doesn't know Michael Keaton.
You curried such favor with this audience. Like this
I'm so
audience
sorry.
really embraced you, and then you said the
It's the
unthinkable.
most controversial thing I've said.
Hummel, you have to get back to saying things like this.
I love the fatties. Oh my god, I love them so much. They bring me so much joy. That's why that's why I'm so against the semaglutides. It's bittersweet.
It's funny. You texted that in our group chat last night,
did,
and I
yeah.
I had to look at it like 5 times. I'm like, what the hell is a semaglutide?
Oh, like the Wegovy, Ozempic, and all
Yeah,
that
yeah,
stuff
yeah.
that just diminishes your appetite. Like, yeah, it's probably good for people's health in the long run, but you're killing my fun.
It's the Clot Shot Club.
Rosalie says, "How old is Anna? 15?"
Thank you.
All right, enough banging on Hummel. She's taken enough abuse today. I mean, she's got to already deal with Israel attacking Iran, and now everybody's going to be mad at Israel because everybody wants peace, and everybody's going to come out and protest, and we're going to have all this anti-Semitism stuff. Everybody relax. She'll figure it out.
We have an update.
I didn't know. What was the movie? Or not the movie. What was the TV show that I butchered years ago?
Disgraceful.
All in the Family.
All in the Family. You also didn't know. Who else didn't he know? Yesterday, too, I noticed when we were talking about the death of Brian Wilson, Phil, I don't know if you noticed this, but his contribution was that the Beach Boys were on Full House.
Right.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Disgraceful.
Were they?
I need to...
Well, they were.
I
but
love Full
for a
House. The
second.
Beach Boys. Not so much.
John Stamos is the drummer for the Beach Boys. Like right now. I mean, he
Currently.
was.
Yeah.
Currently, but like he started
Were
back
you
in
the
the
one
late
that
80s.
claimed they were more influential than the Beatles? Did I hear you say that?
That album, Pet Sounds.
Get him, Phil. Get
No.
him.
You might be
You're
right.
the-
I
Thank
don't
you.
know.
Phil, go after the boss right now.
That album, Pet Sounds, was more influential than any other rock album ever.
He's not gonna take you
I'm
off
not.
the air.
I'm not saying
Not
that
a chance.
I'm not saying that the Beatles were not more influential in the fact Firing that squad. More people know them and more people were influenced by them.
Sure.
But the Beatles, Paul McCartney himself said that Pet Sounds influenced Sgt. Pepper. Paul McCartney said that. A Beatle said we were influenced by the Beach Boys.
Oh, I guess because Sir Paul said it.
Okay,
that
we're
has
going to
be
give
fact.
Greg a round of applause.
Thank you.
Just for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You know it's Beatles over Beach Boys, right?
Yes.
Okay. Even I know.
But it's Stones over Beatles.
But this is coming from the guy who also thinks Elvis was trash.
That's also true.
Stones over Beatles? I agree with you. I agree with you, but I don't know about that.
What, Stones over Beatles or Beatles over Beach Boys?
No, the Rolling Stones over the
Stones
Beatles.
over the Beatles.
I
Stones
agree with
is-
you. I love the
Stones
Rolling Stones.
is the number one
Stones
rock
is the
band
greatest
of
band
all
of all
time.
time.
I love the Rolling Stones. I absolutely.
NSYNC over Backstreet Boys. I agree.
Just sit this one out. Just
Sorry.
yes.
Happened on this day in music history. On Kayal.
Today, I have no idea where we're going. June 13th, we celebrate the birthdays of Rivers Cuomo from Weezer and Robbie Merrill from Godsmack. Singles include Make It With You by Bread in 1970. Albums include Jagged Little Pill by Alanis Morissette in 95. 1X by 3 Days Grace in 2006. Crush by Bon Jovi in 2000. Invasion of Your Privacy by Rat in 85. Texas Flood by Stevie Ray Vaughan in 83. And School's Out by Alice Cooper in 72. Also in 75, Peter Frampton played the first of 2 nights at the Wonderland Ballroom in San Francisco. Recordings from these shows were used as part of Frampton Comes Alive. In 70, the Beatles were top the singles chart with The Long and Winding Road. In 69, the Stones announced Mick Taylor as their new guitarist. In 58, Frank Zappa graduated high school. In 80, Pat Benatar performed at the Phillies game. Fun fact, they won that night 9-6. And lastly, since Nick asked about Nine Inch Nails, they will be in Philly August 27th. Yes, I will be at that show.
Of course they're
For
still
Kayal
playing.
Company, I'm Phil
Of
Alquist.
course they're still playing and touring. Trent Reznor.
Nine Inch Nails, you said, correct?
9 Inch Nails.
Not
You
the
asked-
other, yeah, not the other group. What was the other one we played earlier? 9 Days or something?
I don't know.
This is the story of a
yeah,
girl.
story
I
of a
didn't,
girl.
think, I didn't think Phil would attend that.
No.
No.
Good to know.
Although I will be at Simple Minds on Saturday.
Really? Don't you
Do they have
forget
any
about...
other? Do they have any other songs? But
Well, it's
but
Simple
that-
Minds, Soft Cell, and Modern English as a 3-per. So,
Oh my lord! Talk about it in the 80s.
Yeah.
I
It'd be just a
stop
fun
the
show.
world and melt with you.
It'd definitely be a fun show.
And what's the other one? Soft Cell. That's
Soft Cell.
Tainted Love, right?
Yeah, Tainted Love is a big song.
Yeah. Nick.
Simple Minds, Breakfast Club.
The day
Nick-
before Ringo Starr at the Man.
Nick has no. Oh yeah, that's right. We gave away tickets to that.
We
last
did.
week.
Ringo Starr. Not
Yeah.
to be confused with Ringo Hand.
Do we have an update on the?
We do. We have an update in the Middle East. This is interesting. Now, I'm not one of these people that typically always tries to say every time Trump does something, oh, it's 4D chess. It's next level thinking. But this, I don't know. This is pretty impressive from a silencing and not letting anything out via a leak. So according to Trump, the attack on Iran was 8 months in the making. And we're talking about Israel's strikes on Iran last night. Trump allegedly was recently pretending to oppose the attack against Iran to catch Iran off guard, according to Axios. Axios reports that Israel wanted Iran to put their guard down so Iranians on their target list wouldn't move to new locations. According to Netanyahu's team, the report that Trump called for Israel not to attack in a call on Monday was just a cover, and the call was actually about coordinating the attack. Trump has since responded to the attacks on Truth Social, saying he gave Iran a chance and they did not listen. That was the post that Trump put on Truth Social. We read for you, I believe, early in the 7 o'clock hour this morning. But this looks like this was absolutely coordinated. Now, you could look at it, I think, 2 ways and say, impressive, no leaks. They were able to pull this off. You know, no nuclear weapons for Iran. But now that it's public record, according to Axios, I feel like America's in a little bit of a
target.
tough spot here now, right? Now we become the target, which I don't want. Which was my fear earlier in the show, that we're going to have more stuff here in the homeland. So you can look at it a lot of different ways. You could be ticked at Trump about this, and maybe that is the right response. But it looks like that they, and I say they, Trump and Israel coordinated this rope-a-dope, if you will, Ali Frazier. I know that's not going to resonate with Anna, but, this was, luring in and getting them to drop their guard. And then next thing you know, 2 leaders are killed, their sites destroyed, all their nuclear scientists.
Their bases,
boom.
commanders, yeah.
So what do you think about this, Hummel?
I can't even pretend to know what the strategy is or who's right or what the right thing is to do. It's scary, and I can play devil's advocate on both sides, pros and cons of getting involved and not getting involved. I know Greg has been very disheartened, as have we all, from the Iraq War, Afghanistan, even going back to Vietnam and Korea. I know there are a lot of people who are just anti-war, point blank. I don't necessarily think that's the way to be, because sometimes there are just wars. Sometimes there are wars you unfortunately have to fight. Otherwise, it might be an existential crisis, especially the way that Israel feels right now. But right now, it's just kind of like a wait and see. So I don't really know.
Yeah, this is one of these things, and I'll go back to what I said earlier in the show this morning, with this perfect storm brewing for chaos and violence and unrest. You're going to have, which, by the way, I'm on the opposite side of all of these riots that broke out in L.A., completely uncalled for. I have no problem with the way the Trump administration handled this, whether it's National Guard or the Marines. We have the No King's Day and No King's protests. Now you're going to have a lot of these anti-Semitic protests, these pro-Palestinian nut jobs waving the Palestinian flag. I really think the next 72 hours are going to be uber critical to see what the temperature is in this country, because it feels like it's at a boiling point, and you're going to have. And the interesting part of all of this, and it's actually a sad part, they're all the same people. Yeah. All 3 of these groups that are going to come out and protest are basically the same individuals, right?
Well, yeah, because they look at life through the exact same prism, which is oppressed and oppressors.
And hating America.
Whoever they view as the oppressor is wrong. There's no nuance. Everything is black and white. There's never any gray. There's never any we can understand maybe where nope, none of that. It's all just black and white, oppressed, oppressor. So
we wanted to. I want to make sure that people know too that when I'm saying all of this, it's just that like Anna said, we've been burned so many times on these things that I don't believe anything my government tells me ever. But this is also not. I don't want to look at this into a World War III lens, because Israel has struck Iran before. I believe back in October. They did. So it's not like this is a first thing and it's oh my God, they just this is Pearl Harbor and now we're getting into World War III. They've struck them before, but I think that this one was a little more calculated for a reason. And the way Iran is responding to it, and kind of just saying that the U.S.'s handprints is all over this, is a little troubling to me.
But we're also at a point too where you go back to 2003. I mean, the technology has changed.
I know.
The definition of war has changed.
You're right.
We have drone strikes. We have all these nuanced ways of eliminating a threat or taking out an enemy. Whereas you don't necessarily need to have boots on the ground and tanks and soldiers. We've seen, the Houthis with what they're doing against us and against other people. And again, Iran is the epicenter of this. They fund all this terrorism. They train these people. They are, when you look at Iran, you look at anything with Afghanistan, Pakistan, you look at Hamas, you look at Syria. Iran always has their stench all over this. Now, this was interesting. Low Energy Dana Bash was on a phone call with Donald Trump about an hour ago.
Energy Dana Bash.
Yeah. So Dana tweeted the following. She said, "I just spoke with Donald Trump on the phone. The president told me the U.S. supports Israel and called the strikes on Iran last night a very successful attack. Quote, we of course support Israel, obviously, and supported it like nobody has ever supported it." But it just sounds like we got to get Farish back on to read this one. He goes on to say in this call with Dana Bash, quote, Iran should have listened to me when I said, I gave them, I don't know if you know, but I gave them a 60-day warning, and today is day 61. They should now come to the table to make a deal before it's too late. It will be too late for them. The people I was dealing with are dead, the hardliners. He would not specify, this is Dana Bash, which people he was referring to. Asked if this was a assault of Israel's attack last night, President Trump responded sarcastically saying, they didn't die of the flu and they didn't die of COVID.
Wow.
Wow.
I love it.
Oh, man.
If that isn't the theme of the big take as we go back 4 hours ago to FAFO, I don't know what is.
This morning while we were yapping, Jimmy Matthews' Uncle Chris was on Morning Joe discussing what happened in Iran. Let's hear a little bit from Chris.
If you look at American history with Israel, it's interesting. It's not fickle, but it does change. If Israel looks like it's the underdog, like it did in the Six-Day War, where it did win that whole war, thanks to Nashayan, we were rooting like hell for them, really rooting for them against all those Arab countries that were attacking them, including Egypt. And then when you look at their attack on Gaza, the American people are very split on that.
Who says Gaza?
But when it goes to Israel, it gets to Israel's defense, its actual existence, the American people are 100% with them. And they look at Iran. Why does Iran want a bomb? Well, it may want a bomb to do the one strike thing. One as the ambassador said, one bomb country. You knock out Tel Aviv, and that's it. That's the ball game. And so Israel can't afford to have an aggressive war by nuclear weapons with Iran. They have to stop them from having nuclear weapons. Now, Obama said, I'll put a time limit on it. They can't have one for 5 years. Well, fairly enough, Trump said that's a joke. 5 years, they'll have one. So that's not going to stop them. So he can't make a deal that says X many years. He can't come out and say, okay, we're going to stop them from getting a weapon for 5 years. He'll be laughed at because that's what the Obama deal was. So he has to really get rid of the bomb-making ability of that country. He's got to stop them from their nuclear route. He's got to get them off that route to something else. And he says it's hard to get there. Well, yes, it is hard to get there because that's what they want to do. They want to bomb Israel. It's basically what they want to do and scare the hell out of them if they don't. But I think it's an aggressive war by Iran, and that's why people are rooting for Israel in this situation with Iran. Now, with Gaza, totally different situation.
Gaza.
By the way, Anna brought up an interesting point earlier when you was like, we have the luxury of having, an ocean separating us. For like, Iran is right there.
Yeah.
Iran is they're right next to one another. So it's you have to worry about he's right in the fact that one bomb taking out Tel Aviv and it's that's the ball game for Israel.
Well, and with their
Israel
fuel,
is so tiny.
their fuel enrichment plant, they had the uranium. A lot of this stuff, I just saw the graphic. It's 50 yards underground and protected by concrete. So it is a quote tough nut to crack. And here's the thing that I hate, and there's many reasons why I hate war, but it's the damned if you do, damned if you don't. Think about it from this standpoint. Can you afford to allow Iran to have 9 or 10 atom bombs? Yeah. The answer is categorically no. Yeah. You cannot.
If you're Israel, you're saying, or just anyone.
Right? The free world cannot allow Iran to have nuclear weapons because they're not trustworthy, right? And then secondly, to me, what happens here now is with this attack is America gets involved, and now we have these war hawks. And it's been my belief for as long as I've been thinking about any of this stuff for probably 25 plus years, America has been itching to get into a war with Iran for a long time.
John McCain.
John McCain.
Bomb Iran.
All the guys in the last Bush administration from 2000 to 2008.
You're right.
And now we have still the leftovers that are still in the Republican Party, the Lindsey Grahams of the world, and also the war hawks on the Democrat side that love this stuff. They feel great about this prospect of going to war against a nation like Iran. And we're sitting here left to deal with now America, Israel, Iran. We have Israel, Hamas. We have Russia, Ukraine. China wants to take over Taiwan. We've got riots in Los Angeles. Every which direction you look, conflict.
We've got a lot on the plate.
A lot on the plate.
Yeah. All right, we should take another break. We can actually cut Anna loose so she can get to her real job because we can just wrap things up with Dom next.
Yeah. All right, Anna, great stuff. You have a great weekend. Dom and I will talk about the U.S. Open.
Are you? You like? Do you need a
doctor's note?
Do you need a doctor's note? Because I can forge one for you.
No, I got a rash. Be like, see, it's this. That's why I went.
In case you missed it earlier, Anna is playing a hooky from her job just to play with us on the radio because we love her and we appreciate
for
that.
Fun. Yeah,
yes.
no, thank you guys so much for having me on. It's always a pleasure and a really good time.
Anna,
So
all you have to
appreciate
do, especially if your boss is liberal, just say you had COVID. There'll be no questions asked.
Come in with a mask on. They're like, we understand. We understand.
Gotcha.
You know, women can also use the thing to
The
like,
thing
yeah,
that
to
happens
like,
to us that
yes.
plagues us every month.
You could say, listen, womanish. And like, okay. Is your boss
no more.
Is your boss male or female?
Female.
Okay. Oh yeah, then you can't.
Yeah, she
Then
was
you
cool.
can't- Then you can't.
I was vague about it. I got a doctor's appointment. She's like, okay, yeah, no problem. Thanks.
Is she 4 dudes punching women in the face?
I would probably say probably not.
Okay. All right.
Probably not. So.
All right. You have a good
Anyways,
weekend.
Thank you guys so much again.
All right,
Appreciate it.
All right, Hummel. We'll
All
be
right,
in contact.
Yeah, our people will get in touch with your people.
Yeah.
Anna Hummel, great stuff from Tampa, Florida. We'll come back. Dom Giordano will come in here. Dom time is coming up shortly. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Hey, this is Larry Steinis with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at Fans fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad,
Kevin, there's no hot water.
so you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
This Father's Day, give Dad something timeless, a luxury watch from Cozy Jewelers. Whether he's into classic styles or bold designs, Cozy has the perfect timepiece to match his vibe. And when you're shopping for something this special, you need to step up to the 5th C. That's Cozy. You already know cut, color, clarity, and carat, but Cozy brings it all together with unbeatable service and selection. So stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square and make this Father's Day unforgettable.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Just grabbing my charger. Heading to Sam's for dinner.
Okay, but you'll miss your favorite tenderloin.
Wait, is that the Tuscan herb?
Mm-hmm. Hatfield marinated Tuscan herb. That's a real shame.
Did I say I was going to Sam's? Sam's coming here. Keep up, Dad.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. And prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com.
That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
College holds a mythic place in American culture, but there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deployed. 1210 WPHT.
10:25. It is a Friday morning. Technically, the Dawn Show. Dawn is out this morning. Dom is in earlier than usual. U.S. Open is upon us. We've got Dom Day updates in a moment. Israel, Iran, Donald Trump, the United States. A lot to discuss, including those fast greens at Oakmont, Dom.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't it beautiful seeing pros 4-putt from 22 feet?
That's the greatest joy I have in sports when I see these guys that are inhuman all of a sudden have to compete. When they have to hit a wood into a green, I don't think these guys would. They would say, "No, I don't care. I'm still going to do it." To see their faces and to see the anger. That's why the U.S. Open, the Masters for the casual fan, for the real golfer, it's the U.S. Open.
Misery loves company.
Yeah,
you can shoot an 85. We can shoot an 85.
Right.
Welcome to the club. Right.
Yeah, exactly. Not that we shot 85s when we played.
I'd kill for an 85 right about now.
Okay.
I'd kill to be 185 with my weight, but that's another story.
Did you see DeChambeau said, well, if you took an 18 handicapper, they wouldn't break 200?
Yes, and I believe that.
I think you and I can break 200. 200?
That rough, as thick as it is, those greens as fast as they are, that course as long as it is, if I was able to break a 65 on the front nine, I'd be ecstatic.
Yeah, but 200. As long as we have a guy finding the ball.
Right.
We have to find the ball. And spotters.
Oh, yeah, I would run out of balls. I'd be all out of balls.
Exactly, yeah.
Forget the cart girl. I'd be looking for the ball girl.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Now, you mentioned with Dom Day coming up, big guest secured.
Well, Scott Presler is going to be there, definitely.
Wow, look
and
at that. Nice.
Presler is down, I think. You know what, Nick? We'll get Presler on with you. You're in training.
Yes.
You want to lose a little bit of weight. Presler has lost 20 pounds.
Well, he doesn't stop moving.
Well, that's true, too.
Goes coast to coast. He's in every city.
Yeah.
By the way, Dom Day at Mulligan's. What do we call Mulligan's, Dom?
Summer White House.
The Summer White House. It's in Wildwood. You'll be there next Friday, right? Next Friday, noon to 3. So make sure you're stopping on out to our good friend Johnny Z's place there, Mulligan's in Wildwood, New Jersey for Dom Day. Scott Presler will be there. That's amazing.
And the other big guest, though, Greg, you know what I was just telling Nick, Jaws is going to be there.
Jaws?
And
wow.
he's particularly interested in demonstrating the art of throwing a football and tutoring me in that.
Of course, yeah, because, Nick, I don't know if you were here yet, but we did did this thing right outside of Mulligan's.
I've heard about
me and Dan Borowski and Dom, where Dom claimed that he could throw how many yards?
40.
40.
Yes.
40.
Now, was he able to pull it off and achieve that?
Not even.
Well, that's an undisclosed record. That's
close.
an undisclosed record. Come on now.
Not even close.
Are we measuring in meters or was it yards?
But everybody, it's going to be. I know next week, like it looks like the first couple of days, as normal for the weather here, is rainy. Like this weekend's going to be rainy.
Of course, all it does is rain here.
But by the end of next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, it looks beautiful. So Friday is the perfect day to come out to Wildwood, Mulligan's, there on, what's the address there, Dom?
On Hildreth Avenue, 310 Hildreth.
310 Hildreth Avenue. Johnny Z is just, he's the salt of the earth dude.
Oh, he's unbelievable. He's going to show me how to bartend, too, because I have a couple of bartending things coming up. Yeah.
Wow.
Wait.
Dom bartending.
You only drink wine, though, right?
Well, that's usually the case, but you know what? It's for charity, so I got to give a little bit. Yeah. If they want a vodka,
Nice.
I know how to make a gin and tonic.
You make a gin
I don't know
and tonic.
what quantities, but I
Right.
know gin and tonic go in it. What does it matter?
A couple of beer taps. Dom can pour a pint.
Can you see somebody coming up, though, Nick? Would you be able to make Bloody Mary? Effectively?
Effectively, no. Not a
Okay.
Bloody Mary, but plenty of other drinks. But I'll drink whatever they're making.
That's true.
That's
true.
That's
Yeah.
not even up for debate.
Yeah.
Let's get to Israel and what happened. A lot of developments since the evening hours of last night where it looked like initially America was, we're not involved. Israel's doing their thing. And now the developments are this morning that the Trump administration knew exactly what was coming. And they played maybe some next level chess here in the diplomatic game against Iran. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think we're bringing on this group that talks about the security of Israel is good for us, good for America. So the MAGA movement and all. And regrettably, you'll see some people, they're out there already on Twitter, Tucker Carlson, people like this, not getting it, that Iran has a nuclear weapon. Every one of those other nations with all the money to burn, they're going to get one. Then we know what's going to happen.
How do you, I mean, I know Greg earlier this morning was talking about Iraq, WMD 2003, and everything with that administration under Bush. Do you feel like there's any correlation here that we should proceed with caution as far as how authentic it is that Iran has these capabilities? Because we're told they could have 10 atom bombs in a week, a couple of weeks, or a month. Do we buy that?
I'm not in the camp that fully buys that, but I think they're relatively close. We do know what their religion, what they've said they would do.
Sure.
And we know more if it's believed they're close. These other Arab states that Trump is close with, the pressure, Saudi Arabia and others, they're going to want to bomb. You have these people in the Middle East with bombs. Anything can happen.
Yeah, you're right. All right, Dom time. Boy, how about this? It's Father's Day weekend, and how does Stocker reward us? You and I, as fathers, have to go longer while Stensland is off. Unbelievable.
Oh, that's an interesting thing. Maybe
Father's
mothers
Day.
don't work as hard as dads do.
I don't want to be that guy, but you see Greg also took off too there, Nick? And Greg's left you here alone.
Wait a minute. What's Dan doing? Well, Dan's not fully a father yet until birth. So,
Greg's back in Bucks County already.
What kind of show
He's already
is
started
this?
his
Wait a
afternoon
minute.
nap, Nick.
What kind of Kayal is running a ship here where Greg Stocker's off before the final gong?
I thought it was Mother's Day weekend, but no, it's Father's Day weekend, and this is what we get. All right. Dawn is up next. No, Dom is up next in for Dawn, and he'll take you to Rich. It's a Friday. Is he only off? Is he working?
Probably not. Well, he should work an extra. He should cover the last hour of the Dawn show.
He's live on Fox.
I agree.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he could do the 2 o'clock hour from Manhattan. All right. Everybody have a great Father's Day weekend. Stay tuned. Dom is up next, and we'll talk to you Monday.
Here, level up the fun.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate.